Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already, hit that notification bell. Hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. What's poppin', fam? I appreciate all of y'all, Yeah. Y'all know we continue to grind like we do, man. And we're gonna talk about a few things today. Big facts. Yeah. Lil Woody got arrested. Yeah. A whole bunch of driving charges. But this is where it starts at, right? This is where it all starts at. Because they feeling some type of way in Fulton County, right? That the bull played them. Yeah. You told them what they needed to get the indictment locked, but then you tried to flip it. And they feeling some type of way about this. Straight up. The boy don't got common sense to leave at all. He ain't got the common sense to get up out of there. He think, I'm going to stay here in the hood and it's just going to be all right. And I guarantee you, before it's all said and done, they going to get their get back. It's their game, man. They going to get their get back. Facts. Cassie, Diddy. Let's talk about it, man. They saying that allegedly a male sex worker is suing. Dude getting STDs for messing around now. And let's talk about it, man. Make sure you smash that like button on the way in the building. And if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and share this video. Yeah. And I appreciate all y'all. Big facts. And I'm going to start trying to see how it works when we do these lives. Say, let me pin the membership. I got you. We're going to pin it up there. I got to see how I'm at on the hold on one second. Let me see here. Let me get it up there. I got to see how it works of me doing, the lives without sending out, the notification. So we definitely gonna see how that worked out. Hold on. Let me see here. We're gonna get it up there though. Give me 1 second. I got you. Let me get it up there, RM. Yes, sure. Alright, so we got that pent, right? Now, let me go ahead and get the pop out right as well. Yeah. Let me get the pop out right. All that. We're going to get it right. Trust and believe. Yeah. Hold up. Man, the line is open though, man. I want to know how y'all feel about Lil Woody getting locked up right? And they put the hold on him. I'm sure they're gonna let him bail out eventually, but I know they put the hold on him. And how y'all feel about the situation with Diddy and Cassie? You know, being sued, Diddy being held, not allowed to get no bail. I want to know how y'all feel. And him being charged with the Mann Act. Yeah. Straight up. Yeah. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button. And share this live. Yeah. And I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate all y'all. We grinding, man. Let me see here. Hold up. Yeah. I gotta set these things up after we get on the live. Let me see. Hold on. Hold on too. Hold on, y'all. Let me turn this down a little bit. Let me turn it down just a little bit. Cause I think it got my face too bright. I gotta get this thing. I think it got my face too bright, y'all. Hold on. Let me see. Hold up. I think I got my face. Alright. Hey, yo, how this look right here, y'all? How y'all feel about that? I think that had my face too bright. Yeah. I think that's a lot better. Yeah. I think it had my face too bright. Let me see. Smash the like button. You just got in the building. Hit that like button. Facts. Alright. Let me see here. We gotta bring the beat back. I ain't jump on the live earlier, but I said I had to make sure we got one in. Straight up. You know what I mean? I had to make sure we got one in. Big facts. Let me see. Yeah, man. Talk to me, man. How do y'all feel about the situation? With Diddy and Cassie and the guy suing. Do y'all think that it's only right that this man sues Cassie? Because she was the one giving out the STDs now. Don't nobody want to say nothing about that. She was the one giving out the STDs. Allegedly. Those were the people was dealing with her. So, I want to know how y'all feel about that one. Yeah. Let me see. I seen something more. Let me look it up, y'all. Yeah. Do y'all think it's only right for them to go at her? You know what I mean? Do y'all think it's only right for them to go at her? You see here. Let me see here. Is it only right for them to go at her? Yeah, we gonna see what happens though with Puff at the sentencing. Puff still gotta send the prayers up to the prayer guys and hope, that they don't hold it on him. But I think anyway, he's still gonna get some love somewhere. He's still gonna get some love somewhere for the simple fact that it was prostitution that he was convicted of. Like, damn. It's a lot of people buying and selling prostitution across the world. Straight up. Hey, you said her karma is up, huh? No one is spared. Yeah, you know, people don't want to talk about that though. That's the thing. Nobody wants to talk about she was out there going hard and people saying they was contracting STDs from her. Allegedly. Yeah. That ain't something that people want to put on the table. Like, why isn't that talked about? Yeah. I gotta find that one though. I gotta find that, man. Straight up. Yeah, I gotta find that one, y'all. Let me see where I can. You know what I mean? Exclusive husband, Lloyd Rax, Diddy verdict. Let me see. Hold up. Let me see. Hold up. Let me see what we got here. Hey, super. Let me see. Jury testimony. Cassie. I seen something. Somebody had said Diddy and Cassie settled a lawsuit. Yeah. Let me see what they settled a lawsuit for. Yeah. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I had seen something when I had Googled it. Let me hit the Google again. Let me hit the Google, man. Straight up. Come on, y'all know Wack ain't calling no more, man. Listen, if Wack called me, y'all gonna be the first people to know. Before anybody. You know what I'm saying? Before I even process it, I gotta come tell the folks. Y'all know Wack ain't calling. Hell no. Straight up. Wack is not calling whatsoever. Act like, man, I ain't messing with this nigga, man. You know what I mean? Let me see what we got here, y'all. I'm messing with the lighting. Y'all know Wack ain't calling here. Wack ain't, man. What? Like, nah, I ain't got no rap. He said, what happened to 607 Onk calling in? I gotta get back with 607 Onk, man. I was busy today, though. Yeah, I gotta get back with him. And I gotta sit down and get him on the Zoom, you know. And 607 Onk want that check. So I got to send 607 Onk back the check. I had him. I sent him the check. He wasn't responding to me. So I grabbed the check back. Like, hold on. What are you doing? But then that's when he hit me back and said he was in another interview. So, you know what I mean? Yeah. We gonna get with him, though. We gonna get with him. I'm trying to get it back right. You know what I mean? We gonna get it back right. I gotta see why they ain't sending my notifications out. They hating. You know what I'm saying? I tell you that. You know, and then y'all know Wack is reporting every video. Every video they keep reporting, right? Even though it don't nothing happen, but they reporting every video, and then I gotta, you know, appeal them reporting it, and then it go through. but they just reporting it. You know what I mean? I guess trying to stop the traction. This is why I say I gotta make sure when people call in that they ain't cussing. So I gotta make sure that I keep that ASAP under control. You know what I mean? As soon as somebody start cussing, I gotta get it back in line, because people start saying MF for this, and they saying hard cuss words. It ain't like they saying shit. You know what I mean? You say something like that, that's different. But they want to say MF for this and F that, and then the people get to reporting. And when they reporting, you know what I'm saying? It's like I gotta appeal it, then they let it go through. But it's the fact that, you know what I'm saying, I gotta go through the motion, you know what I mean, to get it back, you know what I mean, get it back right. So I'm working on that, man. Yeah. And I did see something as well too, right? That I am going to put up here, right? Because it was something that I Googled, whereas though it's saying that Wack being charged as a juvenile, and even though he was a juvenile charged as an adult, right? If he got his record expunged, he could still become a cop. So, straight up, I'm gonna put that up there. You know what I mean? Straight up. I got to put that up there. Let y'all see that. But I seen something about, you know what I mean? I'm trying to get that. Let me see. Alright, let's see something right here. Oh, this was from Complex. So we wanna see what this thing says on Complex, right? And let me put this up there for y'all. Hold up. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And smash the like button. You know I appreciate all y'all facts. Yeah. So, they said Diddy and Cassie sued by male escort who claims he contracted STD after having sex with singer. Yeah. So, y'all see this, right? We're gonna see what they say though. Yeah. What they say here? Diddy legal issues seem like they are far from over, with a new lawsuit being filed against the disgraced mogul and his ex-girlfriend Cassie, after the Bad Boy founder was acquitted on trafficking and racketeering charges. TMZ confirmed he was being sued by a male escort he allegedly hired in 2009. The plaintiff, Clayton Howard, filed a lawsuit against Diddy and Cassie, claiming that the ex-couple, manipulated and traumatized him when he began participating in Diddy's so-called freak-offs. Howard has claimed Diddy enlisted him for the alleged defueled parties, which Cassie previously described as disgusting and humiliating. According to TMZ, Howard claimed he contracted an STD after reluctantly having unprotected sex with Cassie on multiple occasions. He also claimed he impregnated the singer, but she had an abortion without his knowledge. Howard made similar claims in a recent interview with Radar Online, saying he thought it was strange that Cassie wanted to have unprotected sex even after alleged pregnancy. She told me that she had been pregnant and was sure it was my child, he alleged. She started to cry and said she was sorry. She claimed that she hadn't wanted to do it. I had no choice but to forgive her. She still had unprotected sex with me, and that was the strange part for me. I didn't want to have unprotected sex with her. I wanted to put on a condom, but she insisted on it. She told me she was on birth control now, so we didn't have anything to worry about. According to TMZ, Howard went by Dave when he was hired for Diddy allegedly sex party. He said he worked for Diddy for about 5 years, being trafficked for commercial sex and satisfying the couple's actual fetishes and personal ambitions. He also accused Cassie of forcing him to take X and participate in hour-long masturbation sessions that leave his penis scabbed and peeled. So he was going hard in the paint till it was raw. He claimed his time with Diddy and Cassie resulted in physical and psychological harm, costly medical bills, lost wages and benefits, and the loss of enjoyment of life. News of the lawsuit came just a day after Diddy was acquitted of trafficking and racketeering charges, but convicted of transportation individuals to engage in prostitution. Diddy's sentencing hearing is tentatively scheduled for October 3rd. He faces up to 20 years in prison. He faces up to a 20 ball in the can, right? And he said he contracted STDs from Cassie. So he's suing. And the only thing is, right, when people start suing, why they wait so long? Like, why? This is where it lets you know it's all about the money, right? And being honest, right? You know, just playing devil's advocate, right? How is he going to say that it came from them? If we being real, how is he going to say that it came from them, being as though this was 2009 that he said he was with him? So, you know, he might have contracted something along the way, straight up. And then, you know, he want to put it on them, straight up. He said, I'm hearing now that it's over, that it ain't over. The feds might be bringing more charges later with new witnesses. Oh, if they do that, they feeling some type of way. Yeah. If they bringing new charges with new victims, oh, they feeling some type of way about that. Facts. They upset. Hold up. Yeah. Well, we all know they upset about that verdict, though. We know that. They definitely upset about that verdict. Yeah. You know they wanted to bury him. And how I see it, though, right? If they do bring new witnesses and new charges, the people gonna look at these people funny. Straight up. The people gonna look at these people funny, man. I'm just being real. Because why y'all ain't been come with them? Y'all should have been came with the charges. And the people gonna look at it like they targeting him. I think another jury might sit back and be like, hold on, especially if they start saying that it was charges from 2009, something like that. You know what I mean? So if they come with new people and new charges, right? And the victims is supposed to be from 2011, 15. Like, if I was a juror, I'm going to be like, hold up, man. Like, why y'all ain't bring that all together? So y'all targeting. And we know they play a lot of games. You know what I mean? Straight up. We know they play a lot of games. So, and you know, when they start talking about him at first, though, they was talking about like they had 100 and something victims. They was talking about kids and everything. But we ain't see none of that. So, I think at this point, they shot they load. For real, for real. I think at this point, they shot they load. I'm just being real. They shot they load. Because if I was a juror, I'm be like, hold on. Y'all just brought the case against the man. And y'all didn't put that in there. This is from before. So now y'all playing. You know what I mean? That's how I would look at it. You know, y'all playing. But you know, if they bring something else up against him, it's always going to be those people that get excited. You know what I mean? They get excited. Yeah, I knew he did more, but they ain't going to look at it. Well, damn, this was before. They ain't bring these with them. Like, if they was going to come at him, they should have bought all the artillery. Everything. Not a little bit of it. You know what I'm saying? Don't bring a little bit. Bring all the artillery. Bring it. If you gonna come at the man and y'all trying to get him out the way, bring all the artillery, everything. Don't try to, you know what I mean? What y'all saving? Something for later? Nah. This was a public trial. And yeah, nah. Especially if they bring the case just how they brought this case and present it like this, saying that he was, you know, trafficking the joints to do this and the same shit. So I don't think they would win if they brought another case against him. You know? And I see, right? Tisa Tales. Oh, they was drilling Tisa Tales out there. I gotta see. Somebody sent it to me too. Let me see if I can get it up there. They was going hard on Tisa Tales. Facts. Literally. They was going all the way in on Tisa Tales. Let me see. I wonder if I can get it to go. I'm gonna see if I can send it to my email. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this joint to go to my email. Yeah, they was going all the way in on Tisa Tales. Facts. And they was like, yo, you was lying on her. You was lying on Diddy. I really think, though, you know, certain bloggers, right, that be on the internet and they channels go to the moon with certain subjects, it's because they got the machine behind them pushing it, you know. And I think she had the machine behind her pushing it because they wanted to get Diddy up out of there. You know what I'm saying? I really think she had like the machine behind her all the way live. They wanted to get Diddy up out of there. And she was going all the way in. Let me see if I I'm gonna see if I can share this to my email. Hold up. Yeah, I think she had the machine behind her. If I'm just being real. Yeah, I think they said the files is too long. Let me see if I can let y'all see this joint. Hold up. Somebody told me last time to turn the light down. Let me try that. Hold up. Put it in dark mode. Let me see if I put it in dark mode, that might work. Let me see, hold on.
Right? Has not been eradicated. This is the reason why. Ask yourself why victims don't come forward, and ask yourself, right? I think that much like you, the jury had very ignorant, acted ignorantly, and had their good. No, I'm saying the way you came up on me is ignorant. Well, baby, here I am. I think I'm on live right now, okay? Worry about your little channel, sweetie. What's that? Diddy is still not gonna let you suck his dick, baby. He's going for 20. Baby, your channel's not doing a good job. Anyway, right? Anyway, here we go, right? As we go, right? As we go. Hey, what's up, right? People acting like I'm the prosecution, but baby, they can bring the smoke if they want. They acting like I'm the prosecution. So anyway, you guys, listen. What does it say? Do you see the things that I actually just put up with? These people are crazy. This man literally came up because this man literally came up and tried to cause a scene because his idol, someone he's never met or known. Again, the level of ignorance that is in Diddy supporters, the fact that they're saying I lied on Diddy by reading court documents, I lied on Diddy by what was going on, I lied on Diddy. This is the supporters they have, and this is the world that we live in. This is the world that we live in. Listen, this is the world. Baby, I am securityed up on all corners. Don't worry, I'm fine. All right, so let's get into what actually happened.
Like, I like her drive, right? But I just don't like how she'll lie quick and don't care. I like that she got drive on the internet, right? But she just lies too much. Now, they went in on her right here, though. I'm going to show y'all. Hold up. They went in on her right here. Facts.
my God. Oh my God.
She also lied to Jonathan Majors and she hates black men. She's a terrorist.
And look at all the cameras. This is very uncomfortable for her. There's a lot going on. And I'm just here. You know what I'm saying? I'm bringing you the news. You know what I'm saying? Because
Somebody sent me that earlier, right? And she had her security out there. And I said, they was drilling her. That's the only thing, about some of those podcasters that are willing to say anything, right? And I think that she's willing to lie on you for the content. Yeah. And don't care at all. And I think them people was like pushing her channel. Because you see when the trial was going on, ABC News, all those type of people wanted to interview her. And it's like certain people she'll go hard on and hard. And I think like the machine be behind her. I'm just saying how I feel. I think the machine be behind her. Straight up. Make sure y'all smash the like button for me too. If you haven't already subscribed, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. I think the machine is behind her. Cause she'll put a bone on you quick. And it don't even be true. And she get crazy views for something that don't even be accurate. It's her assumption. And she said like it's factual. You know what I mean? Like she'll say it like it's straight factual. And that shit don't even be factual. And she don't even come back and correct it. She just come back and switch it up. Yeah. I think them people be getting caught up because they got the machine pushing them and they don't even care what they say. Man, I'm going to say whatever I want. Yeah. So I like her drive because she go hard, but I don't like that she lie. You know what I mean? For real though. Yeah. With that there, Diddy got a shot though to get a light sentence or he can get a long sentence. You know what I mean? What y'all think though? Y'all think he gonna get a lengthy sentence or y'all think he gonna get something light? There's a possibility, that he might get something light. And it's a possibility that he get a lengthy sentence. I'm gonna say it like this though, right? If the judge give him a lot of time, that means he feel like he got away with something. If the judge give him a light sentence, that means the judge felt like they was targeting him. Yeah, and he might trick a little bit. Cause he human now. The judge might trick too. Yeah. People always put it in these people that are in position like they don't do nothing. You know what I mean? Yeah. He said, you think he might get 5 to 10? 2 as much. Run the table, you said 2 to 3 and heavy probation. It'd be something though, right? If he get the sentence, get out. If he get time served, get out, and Trump wipe his joint clean. Yeah, it'd be something. Even though, you know what I mean, I think, Trump might feel some type of way that Diddy talk slick about him. I think he gonna come around the corner and help him. I'm just being real. Allison was popping. Yeah. He said, you think 22 22 months. The judge might say, man, listen, you ain't got no criminal record, time served. 5 years probation. Yeah, so it's a possibility. We gonna see how that go. Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, man. Let me see. I wanted to say this right here. Let me see if I can say this to the thing. Hold up, y'all. If you've been charged as a juvenile, as an adult, and convicted, can you get your record expunged and become a police officer? Man, I'm trying to see what this joint gonna say. Hold up. Damn, hold up. When I looked it up earlier, y'all, it came up too. Straight up. Yeah. You said you believe Trump gonna help you? Yeah, I believe Trump. LaPortia was popping. Yeah, I believe Trump gonna help him too. Yeah. Because it was prostitution. Like, come on, man. I know everybody pissed at him, but he was convicted of something to do with prostitution. Like, damn. Straight up. Like, man was convicted of something to do with prostitution, though. Damn. Like, damn. You know how many people around here tricking? Like, you know how many people flying people out? Straight up. And don't nobody want to be real, but a lot of women wish they got flown out and paid a bag. You know what I'm saying? The City Girls, I think they made a song talking about getting flew out. Like, it's a lot of women that would love to get flown out and get paid. Like, come on, man. Yeah, we got to talk about what he was convicted on. Not what they try to accuse him with. What about what he was convicted on? You know what I mean? Like, damn. He was just flying joints out. Well, he's flying the dudes out. You know what I mean? Sick. He was sick. He was sick now. Don't get me wrong. He was sick. But damn. They crushed him for that one. You know what I mean? They crushed him for that one. For real. Yeah. I wanted to see. You know what? I said it to my phone. That shit came up. Hold up. If you were convicted as a juvenile, as an adult, can you still... Hold up. Come on. If you were convicted as a juvenile, as an adult, can you still become a police officer if your record was expunged? Let me see. Hold on. Let me say it again. If as a juvenile you was convicted as an adult and you get your record expunged, can you still become a police officer? He said, while it is possible to become an officer after a juvenile record is expunged, it is not guaranteed. Depends on several factors. Expungement remove the record from public view, but law enforcement agencies may still have access to it to consider it during the hiring process. The nature and severity of the offense, the time passed since the conviction, and the specific policies of the hiring department all play a role. Man, it's a possibility. I ain't going for it. You hear me? It's a possibility. Yeah. You said only way Donald letting him go clean is if he got tapes with him on it. That's what you think, though, run the table? Yes, that's the only way? Man, he might got something in there with Donald going hard. But I doubt it, though. You know what I'm saying? Reason why I doubt it, because I'm sure Trump was on point with that. Like, hold up. Nah, I ain't gonna let y'all get me like this. Yeah, I'm at the party, but nah, I'm taking mine with me. I ain't let mine stay here. Hold up. I'm taking mine with me. Yeah, I ain't letting y'all get me, man. I'm gonna take mine with me. Yeah. I'm taking mine with me. Let me see. Yeah, Woody got arrested. He said, but not all money is good money. Yeah, I agree. You said Trump don't need him now. Maybe when it was voting time to sway the people. Yeah, I mean, possibility though. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. It's popping.
That's why you don't know who it is.
Okay, you know this one here sound like you underwater.
I'm about to this bad boy for sure. I'm about to relax like a motherfucker. I deserve it. But yeah, nigga, for a first offender, that's a billionaire. He not about to get no real time.
You said what?
You see what I'm saying? A first offender, that's a billionaire. He's not getting no real time, regardless.
You said they might go and just give him a little slap on the wrist.
Yeah, they gonna give me like 5 years. He got like a year and a half, 2 in. He probably get out another year and be straight.
It's a possibility. And you know, why you think that though?
He's a first-time offender, and he's worth north of $1 billion.
So you saying they
he
don't
just
want...
beat a RICO case. They have a 98-point-something% conviction rate. That nigga's part of the 1% that beat it.
So you saying because it's paper long and the judge gonna be lenient on him because of that? Because it's money long?
It's money long. He's a first-time offender. He don't have no fucking record other than the juvenile. That's how the court system works. When I caught my case, I was a first-time offender. I did no jail time, just probation. And my money nowhere near where the fuck his shit was at. Nowhere close.
G.
I can't even fathom that.
Mel G, do me a favor, bro. We gotta try to keep the cussing off because they keep flagging me. Yes, sir.
My fault.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, like, no, a first-time offender, you know they gonna slap you on the wrist. Like, it might sound bad, like the things that he's accused of doing, or what he was doing, allegedly, whatever.
Yeah.
But no, first-time offender, like, and he beat the most important counts that hold the most time, even when they give him a bail, I think that shit just for, like, I mean, that stuff just for, like, TV or something. Like, he's going to get out very soon. If it's like 90 days or something like that, he's going to get out. It's a first-time offender that's a billionaire. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, he go to sentence in 3 months. So you think they might just give him time served with the year in?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, it's a possibility, man. You know, it's definitely a possibility. And I'm sure that his lawyers is trying to make argument to it, you know, and reciting different cases where somebody might have only got a year for this first time offense, because I'm sure that's what he's gonna have to present, because you know them judges be going off the case law, so it's a possibility though.
Yeah. So let me finish on this guy real quick. I just want to make a point real quick, dude.
I appreciate you calling, bro.
Okay.
Man, let me know what y'all think, man. Where y'all at? Where the people that might have a different opinion? Why you think Diddy gonna sit? You know, you might think Diddy gonna sit because his past and, you know, everything that was said in the trial. The judge might feel like he got away with something. What it do with the businesses? Let me know. You know what I mean? Because I think he ain't going to get that much time either. For real. I don't think he's going to get that much time. You know, the judge might even give him a 2-year sentence and he got a year in and they might release him early. You know, we be seeing that with these people with paper. We definitely be seeing that. They get a sentence and then end up getting released early. Yeah. But I guess the guidelines is 0 to 10 with no minimum mandatory. So he got a shot. You know what I mean? The guidelines is 0 to 10 with no pass. Yeah. So it could be, you know, it could be on his side, man. I'm just like, for real. It's a possibility. Let me see here. It's a possibility now. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel though, hit that subscribe button for me too. Smash the like button. You in the building? Smash the like button. You know, we can send this thing around the algorithm. Yeah. It's definitely a possibility. Yeah. He said, you know Gene. Hey, Gene Deal. Like, Gene, he's alright, right? But Gene got something personal against Diddy. You know, Gene is alright, but he got something personal against Diddy. You said Bill Cosby is a billionaire. He got 3 to 10 years. They brought him home in about 2.5. Yeah. And they did Bill dirty though. They did Bill dirty because they used his statement against him and they was never supposed to do that. So I think, yeah, they did sit Bill down. Yes, they did. They had it out for Bill. You know what I mean? They had Mr. Puddin' Jelly. They sat him down. And they used his statement against him. But this is what I say about them dudes that be admitting. Nah, Bill admitted years ago that he did something out of pocket. And it cost him later when he thought they was never going to bring it against him. So, you know what I mean? He did something out of pocket. Like, nigga, these niggas is rich and they tweaking. Yeah, he tweaking. I ain't think Bill Cosby was going to make it through that sentence. The man 80-something years old. I ain't think Bill was going to make it through. Bill's still ticking. But did y'all see when the case was going on, how Bill started acting like he couldn't see more, and you know, it was like he was trying to play a little bit of an extra role. You know, I'm like, hold up, this nigga just went from he was moving to now he like, I can't move. You know what I'm saying? I can't see. You know what I mean? Shit. So I don't know. Yeah. He said they always come with the civil suits first. Most definitely. Yes, they do. Yeah, they always do that. They come with the civil suits. But the crazy thing is, they make them, you know, go with the charges now. Now it's like, nah, you know, we need to see something. Hold on. They pressing the line. But I think the civil suits is easier for them to prove. They be proving the civil suits with just their word against their word. Like, hold on. How is that? So this person wake up one morning and say, I did something like this. Straight up. He said, check out Diddy. He isn't packing either. He said his lawyer probably told him to do that. Hey, man. I wouldn't have took the advice. You know what I mean? Hell no. Nah. Bill Cosby told that he did something. And he's like, yo, this gonna go away. All right, just admit it now. And it's gonna go away. Man, I'm not settling to nothing like that. You're going to have to take that. So it's like they know they did something wrong if they settling. If they settling, they know they did something wrong. Cause I'm not settling nothing like that. Hell no. I don't care who say what. I'm not settling. I don't care if I got the money or what. I'm not settling to admitting to none of that. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? He said Bill wasn't worried. He wasn't doing shit. No way. He said what's so crazy is back in them early Cosby days, everybody was dropping. They was all putting something in the Jello pudding, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? They was all putting something in. That's crazy though, right? That they was on that. I don't even know how they got into that. How you get into somebody that's just laying there? Like, come on. All this paper in the world. Like, you could have paid her. Yo, just open it up. Here. Take this $10,000. They want to do it for free. All right. I'm going to get her to go to sleep. Now, that's crazy. Now, that's out of pocket. That's out of pocket, man. Yeah. They want her to go to sleep. Yo, hold up. They want her to be out of the mind. I don't know how'd they get into that one though. Like real rap. I don't know how them jokers got into that. Just being real. Yeah. I can't get into it like that. I'm saying lights off and you sleep and nah, get your ass up. Let's go. Let's get it popping. Yeah. Nah, I ain't with that. Not one bit. Make sure y'all smash that like button for me too. And hit the subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. Yeah, smash the like button. Let me see. Awkward interview. Cassie. Resurfaces. Let me see what this one say. Let me see what we got here. It's an awkward interview with Cassie. Resurface. Let me see what we got here. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Let's see what we got here. This awkward interview with Cassie. Let's play this joint. Let's see what it said.
Nine months pregnant, was on the stand for the second day in a frequent UTIs and stomach problems. This afternoon, jurors watched a series of graphic images from freak-off sex parties involving Diddy and Cassie.
According to Cassie, she was embarrassed by it. She even talked about, what would I tell my mom if something like this got out? There was a text message shared from 2017 where she said nothing good comes out of freak-offs. And then she says, you treat me like you're Ike Turner. And that was a nod to the abuse that she says she suffered.
I survived what I've been through.
For the third day in a row, jurors watched hotel surveillance.
Yeah, Diddy snap with that. Hold up. I don't want to play that joint.
On the wall. And this awkward moment with Diddy and Cassie from the 2018 Met Gala is going viral.
Is there anything that you may want to confess tonight before you go in? everything right here.
There you go.
Or right here.
There you go.
Something else happened today in court that was worth noting. There were messages where she seemingly wants to have a freak off, says things like, LOL, I can't wait. The prosecution asked her, why would you say that if you didn't really want to do it? And she explained that she said those things because she was fearful of Combs. And because
Oh, man. Come on, man. Stop it. Come on, man. Like, man. She said these things because she was fearful that she couldn't wait. Damn. She could have said, nah, I ain't coming to the freak off. Man, she wanted that paper. I wonder if they told her that you had to give the money back, right? If you didn't, if you wasn't given that paper, would you still feel the same way? Now, if we give you this money, do you feel this way? But now we're not giving you this paper. Do you still feel the same way? I think it was about the money with her, man.
Over a year.
Let me see, hold on. Cassie's lawyer. Hold up. What they say? Hold up. Let me see what Cassie lawyer said.
A lot at stake here. Yes, for Sean Combs, but for Cassie Ventura. What were you feeling when you were inside that courtroom?
Well, I think there was a lot of mixed emotions in the courtroom, generally speaking. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the sex trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before the court as a convicted felon of 2 federal crimes. He faces significant incarceration. Not the exact outcome that we wanted, but we are grateful to the jury for finding a guilty verdict on those 2 federal crimes.
Hey, man. I definitely feel Diddy did some wrong. But damn. I think it was definitely to humiliate him. They wanted to make sure they humiliated him. And they did a hell of a job. Now everybody knows Diddy is super sweet. Ain't no speculation. That's him. Yeah. He said he was in Men in Black. He said, I understand. Cassie said that she would return the $20 million if she never had to do a freak off. Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Because she was setting them up. You know what I mean? I think that was cap. That was to make it sound good. You know, if she was, setting the freak offs up, like, come on. You really think that she never, you know what I mean? You heard the Punisher dude. The Punisher said he only dealt with Cassie. Then the one dude that's suing him, she wanted it butt naked. Hold up. You think Diddy was telling her that she only could do butt naked? So she was following instructions? Yeah. Do you think that Diddy was telling her that she only can do it unprotected? You know what I mean? So that's what she did it, unprotected. Let me see here. Let me see what they say about. Somebody posted Woody. Yeah. You think that She wanted to do unprotected. I think she wanted to do unprotected, man. Charleston White said he warned Lil Woody. He said he warned him. Yeah, Charleston White said he warned Lil Woody. Yeah, that's what he said, he warned him. Charleston White off the hook. Let me see.
He can't keep coming online straddling the fence. I told Woody. I tried to tell Woody in jail. Now I told Woody the woodpecker. He can't keep coming online straddling the fence. I told Woody. I tried to tell Woody in jail. Now I told Woody the woodpecker. He can't keep coming online straddling the fence. I told Woody. I tried to tell Woody in jail. Now I told.
Yeah. But, you know, with Woody though, right? Hey, listen, man. I think the bull definitely, you know, getting his karma. Woody getting his karma, man. You know, you think you gonna capitalize off of what you did and still be out there talking about what you gonna do to somebody? Okay. Yeah. Brain ain't operating right. I'm just being real. You know what I'm saying? Brain ain't operating right, man. Yeah. Yeah. Brain ain't operating right, man. Yeah. Let me see.
Say, to all you niggas that call y'all
Charleston White get to talking slick. Let's see what Charleston White said right here.
Say, to all you niggas that call yourself my partners, my friends, and my homeboys, that come to my shows, that hang out with me, that always got your motherfucking phones out. This what make me think y'all niggas be hating on me, my nigga. How you niggas get all these videos of my comedy shows? But nigga, y'all don't never send me none. But y'all to go back and put them on y'all page. Nigga, how in the fuck, how y'all nigga be around me all this time? Y'all got these phones out on me, but nigga don't never think, man, let me shoot this shit to my nigga so my nigga can help use this promoter of the show. I book nigga flights, I pay for niggas hotels.
Yeah, Charleston going too crazy. Yeah, he going too crazy. They not gonna send you the damn videos. They try and use the content for themselves, man. Straight up. You know they not gonna send you the videos, man. Yeah. Yeah, Charleston White, they thought he was definitely gonna fall off by now. You know, they thought Charleston White was done a while ago. see. I think, Adam was talking to, hold up. Yeah, Adam was talking to, Say Cheese about that. Let me see. Make sure you smash that like button too if you ain't hit the like button yet. If you haven't hit the like button, smash the like button. Let me see. Yeah, he was talking to Say Cheese about that. Let me see if it's over here. That might be on No Jumper Clips. Yeah, we definitely believe in shit saying, Wax saying about that bad shit. I'm not going for it. Straight up. Yeah, I ain't going for it. You said Diddy needs to be tested. Yeah. But you know, he got that paper. They cured magic. They might, Diddy might have made sure he was good, but he wasn't, making sure, the people that he was lining up for them freak offs was good. They cured magic. If they can cure magic, you already know a lot of things can be cured. If they cured magic, a lot of things now, you just gotta have the paper. I think that's foul though that they do us like that, man. Yeah. This how you know they don't care about us the way that, it's portrayed. Because a lot of things they can save us from, but it's like, nah, if you don't make it, you don't make it. On to the next. Yeah. If you don't make it, you don't make it. I really think it's a lot of things they can save us from, man. But they don't care. Yeah. Because it's all business. They don't care at all. Let me see here. This one here is Sean Cotton.
Wait, but so with Charleston, you guys just lock in whenever you feel like you got a good.
Yeah, we usually like to do we like to do the first of the month, every month.
All right.
Cause, and it kind of hurts sometimes cause we, like when Ronnie passed, like that was my guy, but we just had to talk about it. Just like that interview, the interview time with Charleston fell like a day after Ronnie passed, and Ronnie was my real friend. Like I knew little Ronnie. But his baby mom, Ronnie's baby mom, was upset about that. But me and Charleston, that's just what we do. Like I can't.
Has there ever been a time where he said anything during one of your interviews that you were like, "This is too much. I got to cut this out"?
Yeah, like when he talks about like kids and stuff, like that shit kind of like hurts. Like damn, like when he said that shit about like Gilly's son, like that shit's like damn.
Ugh, yeah. Yeah,
but
anything
I know
involving kids is tough.
But I know Charleston though, like it's easier for me to do that because I know Charleston's really just playing with the internet. Like, he don't. I mean, a lot of he really do stand on, but I know he really has a heart for kids.
The mind-blowing thing for me is when
Charleston do say some outrageous stuff. Yeah, and it's crazy to say, right? That is, what people pay attention to. Then he'll come around and say something to grasp your attention, what he really want to say. But he say some like outrageous stuff, like to the core, to get you paying attention. And then he'll say something. But the internet is crazy when you saying certain things. Like people gravitate to it. And I think, Charleston White got that part figured out, how to say them things and get people paying attention. Straight up.
When I see people who are kind of like certified street dudes or whatever, and they still won't denounce him because they respect so much of the other that he says that like they can just accept the 80% of his content that they like and ignore the 20% that they don't like, even though the 20% might be what's really getting people to click and bringing them in, you know?
Yeah.
Niggas be trying to hold you accountable to shit he say though.
At the beginning, it was real bad. Like I was losing subscribers.
Wow.
No, I don't think you understand. It's hard to lose subscribers.
That's crazy.
It's hard to see. It's hard to go from 989 to 987. Like really like losing subscribers. Like
and believing in it and being like, I'm gonna keep going with this.
Yeah, you got your mom. You got my mom calling me, my dad calling me, asking me who he is. And it was bad in the beginning, but like after a while, it's like he done made so many like good points, and then old points he made or come like you know how the internet is. They're bringing up that he said 4 years ago, and it now it sticks.
Yeah.
So it's like, how can you really argue with that?
But bro, that's the other thing that f***ed up the internet game is that everything's clips now.
Everything's clips.
Yeah.
Everything is clips, bro. Like
when X died, I always like when I look at my views for like the whole time I've been doing No Jumper, there's just like one craziest spike, and it was the day X died because everybody went and watched his interview. That wouldn't happen like that anymore. Now it would be like, oh, we're gonna take this interview and cut it up into a million pieces and put it on Twitter and TikTok and Reels and everything.
Do you report that when it's on TikTok and IG? Or you
I
let
don't.
it go?
Do you?
Nah.
I know Vlad does. I just don't bother.
Yeah,
Vlad said it takes forever to get it taken down.
Vlad don't be playing.
Vlad, he's a Jew. You a Jew?
Nah.
Yeah, he's Jewish. He don't play about his money.
I feel like I relate to the Jews though.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
I'm always trying to be cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I'm a 3-4 man crew, man. You got a whole.
Yeah, we
staff.
whittled it down over the years though. We got a little too big at one point.
I see. It's funny you made that video talking about going broke. I said, this dude is not broke, bro. Shut up, dog. Stop playing.
I had an important message I wanted to get across to the world.
Yeah, people ate that shit up.
That was a good week.
And then you got your IG back too, so that was amazing.
What do they do?
So y'all hear it right there. We knew it though. Adam is not going broke, man. At all. Far from it. You know, and then the man said on here that he made $250 in a month. That lets you know they pushing content out heavy over there.
I want to do that.
How'd you get it back though? It just appeared back?
Yo, massive shout out, and I don't think he wants to be bothered about this, but like 40 ounce Van, you remember him?
Yes.
From back in the day, he used to make those crazy hats and shit. He's
New
still in the
York.
game, and I interviewed him back in the day, and he was just the one person who tapped in and said, yo, I got this girl, like, and then she just, boom. And what's crazy though is I hit her about, Ugly God had me hit her up, because he's dying for all these years to get his Instagram back.
Yeah. I'm the one that told Ugly God, I said...
To kill the guy?
No.
Crazy.
Nah,
I'm sorry.
Nah, I said, hey, let's do an interview. And he was like, he basically felt like, Ugly Guy felt like he couldn't do nothing without his IG page. I said, bro, I lost 4 IG pages, bro. Start a backup page, and if you get that one back, now you have 2. I got like 4, like I got like 4 throwaway pages, and they each got like 500,000 followers. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And we got like over like 98 fake pages on IG. It's bad. But anyway, I said, Ugly Guy, you need to start a new page and I'll shout you out. And he got like that day, he got like 60,000 followers. So he was really stuck on the IG page for like 2 years.
Right.
Yeah. I'm like, start a new one.
I wonder why they took his shit anyway.
I don't know.
You know, he always be posting memes and shit, so probably he post some crazy.
Yeah.
But wait, so Ugly God, so wait, this girl got you your shit back?
She did, but then like, and she didn't want any money or anything. She just like said she worked there, and then Ugly Guy hit me up like, bro, can you please like just ask her if she can get my shit? I hit her up. She didn't respond to me. It was like, I don't know. Like, I feel like maybe she looked into it and saw that it was a little too serious. I don't know.
She a white lady?
Maybe Hispanic of some sort. I forget.
And she works for Facebook.
Yeah, I guess.
You gotta keep her in your back pocket.
Yeah.
She live in New York or LA?
I think New York. I hit her up about that, and then I hit her up about one other thing that she didn't respond about too. So I'm like, why did she just descend from the clouds and help me with this one thing and then just go away?
Right?
What is that? Doesn't usually happen.
Shout out to her though.
Yeah, shout out to her. She all right, so I guess
there's a lot of places.
Yeah, there's a lot of places.
Hey, Superfly, you got to be careful out there, Superfly. You got to be careful. Hold up, Superfly. You got to be careful. Damn. Yeah. We don't want to see nothing go left with you, man. You got to be careful out there.
To get his finances.
Let me see, hold up.
It's this ago. Rico, I was like, man, he's well.
Hold on. Let's see what
this
Gene
for
Deal
so
said.
long, and
Let's see what
like
Gene said.
today, I was getting all kind of prank calls. People was calling my
JB.
phone talking about Diddy didn't do it, Diddy didn't do it, Diddy didn't do it, and hang up. I was like, yeah. Then I had Unique Mecca Audio call me talking about no Rico, Rico must go. Rico gotta go. Rico, I was like, man, these motherfuckers crazy. And you got people out of here celebrating, man. Yo, check it out. They are celebrating, but he's still going to jail. You understand? They celebrate, I was thinking about some stuff. I said, yo, they celebrating for a psychotic narcissist, a sociopath sex offender, abusing and degrading women, beating on them, brother, and having them appease him and his homosexual tendencies by letting random men, prostitutes, male prostitutes, brother, ejaculate their sexual juices on them so he can lick them off.
We know Diddy was sick. Diddy was a sick bastard. Yeah, we know. But I start to think sometimes, man, a lot of these people knew what Diddy was up to, right? But damn, y'all ain't saying that when y'all was right there. It's like, all right, when y'all have a fallout, now y'all want to say something. Nobody's saying nothing right then and there. It's like everybody want to say something after they got a fallout and they beefing.
Is this what's happening in the fucking hood now? Is that what's good in the hood? Tell me, is that what's happening in the streets, brother? Is that what the industry that came down to now? They celebrating him. This is what this man is. I talked about his character, bruh. In court, we heard stuff that came up that none of us know. They out here celebrating. Yo, and talk about, yo, what Gene gonna do now? How Gene feel now? Gene good in the hood. I can go open up my refrigerator anytime I want to. Gene good in the hood. Yo, these people like, they don't understand. You ain't lived my life, bruh. You ain't been through the stuff I've been through, seen the things I saw. What you eat don't make me shit. And they wonder about how Gene gonna feel. I'm good. Yo, bro, let me just say something to you, man. Nah, I don't like this. I don't f with this. I said this 1,000 times. In the infamous words of Brutus, for all you smart motherfuckers, when he went to the Senate and said what he said about Caesar. I'm gonna say the same shit about Diddy, but in my way. I'm not here to praise this nigga. I'd rather see him buried. And y'all can say and feel however you want to. Because that's the way he felt about people we all used to be around and love. Y'all can't feel what I feel. Y'all don't see what I see. But it's good. The judge showed us today. They talking about some bail hearing. They talk about, yo, we gonna, because he had 2 charges. I don't understand that people sitting there talking about, he gonna get probation. No, dummy. There's a mandatory federal guidelines. that the judge has to go by. If he don't go by those federal guidelines and the prosecution don't agree with it, they can appeal what the judge, even what the judge ruling is. So what they're gonna have to do, he's gonna have to sit there for at least 6 weeks. And they're gonna do what they call a pre-sentence report. And that pre-sentence report is gonna have certain guidelines that the judge gonna look at. The judge know the case. The judge know all what was thrown out. Judge know all what was contested and everything like that. The judge know the case better than anybody. Do you understand me, Mighty? So the judge is the one who's gonna decide. Just like today, can we get a bail? His mama go in there and she signed for $1 million bail and all that. He think he getting bail. And then the judge read some papers. This is how dumb people is. Why you think Cassie lawyer was there the last couple of days? They already knew this was gonna happen. What did I say, Mighty? I said that if it goes before January the 4th, it ain't gonna look good for the prosecutor. Didn't I say that? I said that means that they probably just get him on the sexual charges. But if it goes past the 4th, that means they really want to do their job and see and get this nigga a lot of time. Cause they knew they had proved the sexual with the prostitutes, you know, paying them to come and have sex with the girls and everything like that. But we found out a lot of things about this dude in this trial, bro. A lot of none of us even knew. But they celebrating this. This dude is psychotic. I don't care what you say, bro. You look at some of the stuff that he did, and like I say, that's what's good in the hood now.
But Gene, was he doing this when you was around him? That's what I'm saying. When you was around him, was he doing this? Or this is just something that you heard about after? Because if you was around him, you should have had the same energy right then and there to turn him in. Why didn't you turn him in? It's like, yo, Gene said, yo, I told him to not do this and don't do that around me, but you didn't turn him in. But now, you saying he should have got convicted of the RICO. So it's like, when he was benefiting from being around Diddy, he didn't want him to go to jail. But now, you ain't benefiting from around him. You want him to go to jail. So it's like, yeah, we can say Diddy did a lot of freak, nasty, fruit cup BS. Yes. But why didn't you push the line for him to go to jail when you was around him? So with things like that, right? I'm just thinking, you could have definitely say, yo, I'm calling the cops right now. If you seen something, I'm gonna call the cops right now and report it right now. But it's like you took memory of these things and now you want to say everything you seen. This is what I say though. I'm just being honest about people. People are the worst. They the worst, man. Yeah. I would have been, having respect for the stuff he's saying if you would have made an effort to stop it while you was around, whereas though you called the law. All right. So I see you stood on what you saying. You ain't never called the police. And all you said was you came in between some things and said, don't do this and don't do that. Have some respect here. Nah. Call the law then. If you felt that he broke the law, but now it's like, he getting paid. You know what I'm saying? When you start getting paid from certain stuff, Like, man. I just think a lot of it be foo-fafi. I ain't gonna lie.
That's how y'all getting down now. Licking another man's sperm off his girl. Beating women. This was crazy, bruh. So now, when they figure out it's gonna be up to the judge, the defense and the prosecution gonna get together with the judge and they're gonna try to agree on some numbers. The defense gonna get them some numbers. The prosecution gonna give up some numbers and stuff like that, and they're gonna agree to them. But the final decision is gonna be the judge. And after the judge read those letters from Cassie, lawyer, and her friend Nash, shout out to Miss Pleasant for being in the courtroom today. Cassie friend wrote a letter, a 3-page letter to the judge, 3 or 4 pages.
That right there is a good one. Why didn't they call Gene? To the stand. Gene said he knows all this information. He been around and, yeah. Why they ain't call Gene? Wondering that. Was Gene credible? Why not? I guess these people that was talking on these podcasts, I guess they not credible. Because they ain't asked Gene to come testify about nothing. And he was at the courthouse saying, man, I want to look at him. Yeah, I want to look at him. That's the people that be around you. That's why I say, man, it's the people that be around you. Yeah, the same people that you let around you and you embrace, those are the people you got to be worried about. It ain't nobody you don't know. It's the people you let around you. Somebody that not around you, they gonna speculate. Their word don't, it's the people that be around you. You got to worry about them.
Page letter to the judge, and the judge made a statement that he had completely changed his mind about some bail based on some third-party letters that he had received. Third-party letters he received. The judge know Puff is dangerous in so many ways.
I mean, anybody with that paper can be dangerous. Anybody that got some money can be dangerous. Yeah, because people will do shit for you. So we do know that. Anybody got some money be dangerous. But I wonder what the third party letter said. Do y'all know what the third party letter said?
The jurors know that he's dangerous in so many ways. The only reason that the prosecution went for the RICO and the racketeering because they wanted to take all his money. They wanted to leave him broke. But it's some guidelines that saying doing sex trafficking that they can still probably do that, but they can't. And this is my own assumption. Why they can't is because they can't prove that he made any money from the sex trafficking. You understand? If Puff made money through the sex trafficking, like he was selling Gina and them to them guys, or he was letting niggas hit, not Gina, Cassie and Jane Doe. You understand? Well, the trial is over now. Ain't her name Daphne? Yeah, it's over. It's Daphne. The trial is over now. So if he was making money off of them, then the prosecution can go after his finances and shit. But I don't believe, and don't quote me on this, but I'm damn near sure they would have a hard time to get his finances based on the sex trafficking because he didn't make no money from that. He was paying $10,000 a week to this and paying the prostitutes and stuff like that, so he didn't make no money. But had he made money and he was selling them off, yeah, it could, you know what I'm saying? It could be like that. But I don't think they have a leg to stand on that. You understand? But the prosecution did a great job. You understand? For what they wanted. I want y'all to peep game right here. They wanted to humiliate him, embarrass him, put him in jail for a little bit, which they're gonna do. And they wanted to take his finances.
Well, they ain't get to take his paper though. You know, we know they wanted to humiliate him. We know that. We know they wanted to humiliate the man and take his finances, but they ain't get to take his paper. So, you know, and Gene definitely been on a strong campaign, you know, going at Diddy. But he playing the game as well. You know, just being real. I'ma just be real. Gene isn't as concerned as he portrays to be. I'm just saying. He playing the game, man. You know, it's a content game that he playing as well. And if he was concerned, we would have seen some police reports that he made about these situations that he say he observed. We don't see none of that. So how concerned was he?
That's why the RICO and the racketeering came apart. Because they could have put him in jail, guaranteed 10 years, right off the bat. For what? The gun charges. They could have proved that real easy. They found the weapons in his house, in his room. You bring the officers there who took the room and secured the weapons. Where did you get this weapon from? It was in the fourth room down the hall, the master bedroom suite. You bring in the people who clean up the house. Who lives in the fourth bedroom, bathroom in the suite? Oh, that's Mr. Combs' room. How do you know that's Mr. Combs' room? Well, I clean it. How often do you clean that room? Twice a day or after the freak off or he didn't have no freak offs at home. That's why they can't take his house and stuff like that, and he used the hotel. Because if he had the freak offs in the house, they could take his house for the sex trafficking and but he didn't do that. They didn't say he had freak off in the house.
Gene, he didn't get convicted of the trafficking. He got convicted of engaging in prostitution. They can't take nothing from him for engaging in prostitution. Yeah. Nah. You know, so, you know what I mean? I think it's a little different. You know, Gene want them to take everything from the man, but you ain't report nothing. Hold up. Damn. You want him to take everything, but you ain't report nothing? Where is the police report from Gene Deal? Come on, man. Where is that at? We ain't see that. They ain't called Gene to the stand. None of that. And you know, Gene used to be a private investigator or something. He used to be a private investigator. Or I think he used to be a cop. He used to be something. Yeah. I would think they would call somebody with Gene's alleged background in law enforcement, you know, to verify some things that he's seen. But they ain't calling straight up.
House or nothing like that. He had them in the hotels. So you said the fourth bedroom is Mr. Combs. You seen him in there. You clean the room, stuff like that. Boom, boom. Now, you get the waitress, the waiter, the cook, whoever take him his food. You cook for Mr. Combs? Yeah, I cook for Mr. Combs. Do you ever serve him in his room? Plenty of times. So, which room is Mr. Combs? It's the 4th bedroom, the master suite, down the hall on the 2nd floor. And you took the food there. How many times you say you take the food there to him a week? Well, if he's in the room all day, you understand? 2-3 times a day, or whenever he calls, he want me to make him a cheeseburger with applesauce. Whatever the case. So that's Mr. Combs' room. They could establish that those guns came from Mr. Combs' room, and under the federal law, because they was defaced, he was a mandatory 10 years. They didn't even charge him with the guns. They had the guns in the description, but they did not charge him with illegal possession of a firearm.
See, and I want to say this, right? Gene saying they didn't charge him with the straps, right? Because maybe that the warrant didn't say anything about firearms. You understand what I'm saying? If the warrant didn't say anything about straps on that warrant, if they found them, they can't charge him with them. That had to say that on the warrant. They was looking for evidence of the freak-offs. They wasn't looking for the straps. Now, if they see some illegal straps, yes, they gonna take them. But if that ain't on the warrant, that don't mean they can charge him, especially with the feds. You know, that would have looked bad on them. You know, getting that dismissed ASAP. That would have got dismissed way before trial when they suppressed the evidence. So they knew that they couldn't charge him with that. You know what I mean? The way I see it. Because I know damn well if they run in your house and they find something that is not on that warrant, they can charge you with it, but you're going to beat it in suppression. It didn't say it on that warrant. Straight up. Yeah. And you know, me and my boy was talking a couple days ago, right? And, you know, he was telling me how he beat a charge. And he was like, yo, I was out at the club one night and the probation officers spotted me, but, you know, I wasn't doing nothing wrong. And they followed me. And then they had the police with him and blocked him in. He said, yo, they blocked me in. He said, I beat the case because they blocked me in. He said, when I suppressed the evidence that they so-called said they found, we asked the cop and the probation people, well, did you block him in from leaving? And they said, yeah. Well, why did you block him in? Oh, we just wanted to talk to him. But you had no reason to detain him. He didn't commit a crime, right? Oh, well, you got to throw all the evidence out. And this is some of the things that people don't be understanding. You know what I mean? It's their game and they play it, but they going to play and do certain things because you don't know. So if you do know, you going to know how to come at him, you know? And he beat the case from being illegally detained. There was no reason for them to stop him. And once the cop car and the probation people blocked him in at the gas pump, the case was beat right there. Because y'all blocked him in and stopped him from moving. That's illegal detention. You know? So I really think that, yeah, they found the straps in there that was defaced, but they wasn't on the warrant. There was no warrants for straps. If there was a warrant for the straps, then boom. Then they would have charged him. You know? And I'm sure that, you know, they wasn't expecting to find those straps that was defaced. You know, because Diddy was, you know, he wasn't a felon, so he was allowed to have straps. But they didn't expect to go in there looking for straps. But they see something defaced, oh yeah, we taking it. It's not like they're gonna leave it. If they see a legal strap, they not leaving that. They gonna take it, but can they charge you with it? So, that's how I see that.
Automatic weapons. You understand? Defacing the automatic weapons. They didn't charge him with none of that. I talked about this stuff for a long time. The federal government gave him a pass. I even thought they was gonna do some tax evasion shit on him. Cause 9 times out of 10, his taxes and everything, he was hiding money, doing all kinds of shit.
Now he assuming there. Now Gene is assuming there, man. He say, I know 9 out of 10 times his taxes ain't right. Like, this when a person got that real hatred for you. Like, I don't like this nigga. So it's like anything they do in life is always wrong. Cause he got a certain level of hatred for the bull. Whatever, personally they went through, he hate the bull. So it's like, damn, nigga, what does his taxes got to do with anything? You said, I thought he was going, nigga, if his taxes was wrong, nigga, they was gonna indict him for that. That's them people. Like, come on now. But he's saying, I thought the nigga taxes was wrong. They should have charged him. Like, yeah, he had a passionate feeling of hate towards the man from whatever the personal relationship, because Diddy probably talked filthy about him. So, you know what I mean? And he couldn't do nothing to Diddy. Diddy money up. You can't get around him. He can say whatever he want about you. So he personally had like feelings against him for him to say that.
Bruh, this case had nothing to do with really putting Puff in jail. Because those people are educated enough to know they could have won that case by other charges and they didn't even go for it. They didn't even go for it. That gun charge was locked, sealed, and they didn't even go for it.
That's a lie, Gene. That's a lie. The strap case was not locked and sealed. Might not have been on the warrant. It's a lie. That's what I'm saying. Like, he talking out of passion. Dude talking straight out of passion, man. He upset. He got a personal feeling towards Diddy. You know what I mean? Nah, it's not locked. Show us the warrant, man. Go look the warrant up. Get the warrant and show us the warrant. All right, this is what the warrant say. Nah, we need to see the warrant first.
Why? It was about them going in there, getting those tapes. I think the prosecutor name was Damian Williams. He was sent there and put that because somebody told him in high places. Puff may be the Black Jeff Epstein. He got all the tapes of some people that are friends of ours. They found out that he had those tapes of them. Y'all go get them. Why is the southern state of New York going all the way over in California and down in Miami when they have their own divisions? Why? People ain't thinking about that. They went down there because some people told them, yo, y'all go down there and y'all go get these tapes from this dude. Because we know he got them. And he got them stored in one of these houses. They go in there, they do a raid. Bruh. They brought out they said close to 900 some bottles of baby oil. I know this for a fact. When you do a raid, you do what they call a field test on any substance you bring out that house. You do a field test on any substance that you bring out that house. They not bringing 900 bottles of baby oil out that shit. If it was just baby oil. Bruh.
They would have charged him though, G. If it was just more than baby oil, they would have charged him, man. Like, that would have made the case for moving to work. Saying that he's moving to work. There's work inside the baby oil. Why would they not charge him? Because it wasn't nothing but more than baby oil in there, man. Damn. Gene wanted to be something that it's not. Now, these people do this shit for a living. They trying to put him away for life for the RICO. If it was more than baby oil, they would have charged him with it. Like, for real. I'm just being real with that one.
Something is rotten in Denmark. They talking about they found roofies or some shit like that in the eye drops.
Nah, we ain't believing that.
In the baby oil?
Nah, we not going for that. You saying they found something in the eye drops. We not going for that now. They would have said that, man. Like, come on, man. A lot of things that they was saying to the world, they didn't present it in trial. It's a reason for that. They tried to convict with public opinion and lies, but you don't present it where the people that's gonna judge it is gonna count on it. Like, come on, man. It's like a lot of this shit. Like, you know, dude was a dirtbag, right? He robbed some people's career. He was foul, but I just think with certain things they like, you know, they cap. You know what I'm saying? SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you called in from.
What's happening, man? They Chris from Miami.
What's going on with you, Chris? Poppin'.
Hey, man, I'm chilling. But about them scraps and shit that they found, they don't gotta be on the warrant for them to use them as evidence, man. Because when they doing the like the raids and stuff like that, they don't got inventory of what's gonna be in the house before they go. You know, they may have an idea it's guns and drugs, but they don't have a full inventory list on, okay, he's gonna have 6 guns, he's gonna have 30 pounds of this. They don't have an inventory list, you know what I'm saying? So they definitely was supposed to use that as evidence, you know what I'm saying? And I think they might use it on the next go around or something like that, but 1000% they were supposed to use them in the evidence. Not because, you know, he just had weapons, it's because the shit was scratched off of him. You know, that alone is a federal offense. You see what I'm saying?
Let me jump in there. If they got a warrant to go in his house, whenever they put a warrant to go in somebody's house, they got to list everything they looking for.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No. Wait. We probably saying the same thing, but different. What I'm saying is they don't know everything that's going to be in there before they get there.
But they got to list it, though.
Listen. They can say, we're going to raid 2-Star Island for guns and drugs and all the electronic equipment. But they don't know that it's going to be a defaced Draco in there or a defaced AK-47.
But they got to say, they have to have on the warrant that they're looking for straps. If their warrant says we're going to the house for electronics and paperwork for taxes and it says no straps and they find a strap in there, that is no good.
That's not necessarily true.
I'm telling you, bro, I know people beat the cases like that though, bro.
Trust me, I know people who beat the cases for all different type of technicalities, but what I'm trying to explain to you is when they raid in any spot, they may come across something that they wasn't necessarily, they didn't know that this was going to be in there. You know what I'm saying? They could say, yeah, we raiding for guns and drugs, but they didn't know they was going to find a gun that was defaced. so they couldn't have had that on the list. Like, we're looking for a defaced AK-47.
I'm not saying that it had to say defaced, but if I'm telling you, if they didn't have straps, period, on the warrant, Diddy could have got that suppressed, bro.
But they did, because if you listen to the Lil Rod shit, he's the one that told him where everything was located.
Now, if it was on the warrant, right, they would have charged him with it, man. I don't think that they would have left that off, knowing that the time it carried and it wasn't on the warrant. But I think that, and it was on the warrant. I think that it wasn't on the warrant, so they just knew that we not going to bother with it because he going to beat it anyway. This dude got
gonna blow that case up.
Yeah, he got 8 high-powered lawyers, and they going to put the suppression in on it, and the judge is going to have no choice but to throw it out because this is not what y'all came for. Y'all came for electronics. Y'all came for this. Y'all came for that. Y'all looking for narcotics, but y'all don't have straps because you got to think about this, right? Diddy wasn't a convicted felon. So they're not thinking that he's going to have illegal straps.
Right.
Because he wasn't a convicted felon. Now, he a convicted felon. They probably would have threw that on there from the door. Oh, he a convicted felon. We going to throw all this on there. But they looking like he might got a legal strap in here. He ain't got nothing illegal.
Yeah, he got security guards. He got
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they not. I'm with you on that part. But what I'm saying is, the Lil Rod dude told him, okay, if you go in this room, this where all the guns at. If you go in this room, this where he keep this and that. Like, he gave him a blueprint on where everything was. Like,
okay.
He explained everything on he did a little thing with Act today, and he explained, that Cassie wasn't the reason why they arrested him. It was him. You feel me? They just used Cassie as one of the people to testify. They didn't even use Lil Rod to testify. He the one that told him where everything was in the Miami spot and the LA spot. You feel me? He told Academic today, like, hey, look, I'm the one that told him, go in this room, this where he keep the straps. Go in this room, this where he keep the whoop. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, they must have not felt like his credibility was good. He must have had a background that they felt that his credibility wasn't good, because ain't no way that, they saying they got this information from him and, they didn't use him if his credibility was solid.
I think he was scared, I think, more or less. You know what I'm saying? He was scared, probably going back and forth to court every day in New York, because on that stream today, he seemed like he was scared. Like, he said to this day, he's still scared. And I know people be, making it look good for their little lawsuit and stuff like that, but I don't think he is going to testify, but in a civil case. That's what he was trying to say.
Okay, yeah, because he got to do the deposition.
Yeah, he got a civil trial coming up with Puff. You know what I'm saying? He said that's when everything gonna come out. The Meek Mill, all that's gonna come out during the civil trial. So he wasn't trying to get too much, but he definitely did say he the one that gave them basically the blueprint of Puff's all his houses where everything would be at. You feel me?
Okay.
So I do think they was looking for straps and shit like that. But like you say, like, they wasn't expecting him to have no illegal joints. You know what I'm saying? He a mega celebrity. He got security guards. They was probably going to take the blame. It's all different type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I just think Gene wants that man under the jail. He got a personal problem with Puff.
Yes.
That's really what's going on.
Yes.
You feel me?
Yes. I agree with that.
He got a personal problem with Puff. That's all that is. You feel me?
I agree with that because everything. He's saying everything, man. They should have got him with taxes. And you don't even know if his taxes ain't right. He just went, man, they should have found something.
That's my call, gang.
I appreciate you calling in, bro. Yeah, Gene definitely got something personal against him. He like, man, they should have got him with something. How they gonna let him skate by? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the line is open though, man. If y'all want to call in, let me know how you feel about this one, man.
So when you did the field test, why did you decide to bring 900 and something bottles of baby oil out the house?
Because they was testing them. They wanted to test all of them. They was taking them back to the lab. Like, come on now. They wanted to go ham. Like, real rap. Them people done took something from me before and it wasn't nothing wrong with it and they still ain't give it back. I'm like, damn, can I have my shit back? They ain't give me my shit back. So I'm like, yo, y'all took that for nothing. But they just keeping it because, they want to say snatch gang. I'm keeping this. They do shit like that, man.
Something is rotten in Denmark, brother. It just don't sit right with me. And people can say I'm hating in this, that, and that. I'm just mad because man, the nigga still going to jail. I don't care for him. I don't give a fuck about him. Him, anybody who looked like him, got his last name, and came in on a boat with him. When you do
that's personal.
The people I love wrong,
that's
man,
personal.
Ain't no makeup, all this other bullshit like that. Everybody got me as being a fucking disgruntled employee and all this other bullshit.
That's what it is.
Get the fuck
That's
up
what
out
it
of here.
is, Gene. Stop that.
I left at my own accord. Always kept 2 good jobs outside my bad boy hustle, outside my street hustle. And when I mean street hustle, giving parties, boat rides, events. Getting back to this case. This dude caught a blessing.
Space
Cause
Ace.
Pimp Diddy got the charges that a regular pimp would get. Those charges
I
is what
definitely
they
understand
give
how that goes.
Bishop Don Juan, Pimpin' Ken. Back in the day, those are the charges that they would get. He got
He said Gene Deal we asked for super chat.
pimp charge. So now he's pimping Diddy. It's crazy, bro. In this case, Cassie and Daphne both was victims, but the jury and probably was looking for more women.
See, Gene trying to make an excuse for their participation, though. Like those were the women that was saying they were victims, but the evidence showed that they participated, Gene. Come on now. If these women is saying, yo, I can't wait to do this tonight, LOL, and they setting things up by themselves, come on, man. But it's like, we can say Diddy is the worst person that ever walked on the face of the earth. But if we see somebody lining some stuff up that they saying that they was victimized from, come on, man. You can tell me what you want, but I got to look at what I see. Now, come on now. You set this up. You using your own money. You know what I mean? We can say Diddy's the worst that ever walked the face of the earth. But I can't turn a blind eye to someone doing things on their own. I'm just being real. I can say Diddy is the bottom of the barrel, the worst. But I can't turn a blind eye. I'm not doing that. Not at all.
That was victimized in the sex trafficking thing. And then if they would have brought in more women, and there was more women out there. I talked to a couple of women myself. And I was like, even the women who did the civil suits, the prosecution didn't want to bring them in because they were doing civil suits. And they knew that the defense would get on them and try to make it a shamble about, oh, it's about money. But still in all, when he go to jail, watch how many women and how many people come forward on their civil claims. You're gonna have a lot of men come forward too.
They all knew he was sick, though. They all knew he was sick. But they guess they couldn't find that kind of, paper doing whatever they was doing everywhere else. They knew he was sick. Why would somebody go around somebody that's sick? Come on now. Why are y'all going to... Y'all know he's sick. That was his ill. Why are y'all going to entertain someone that sick? Because you must have felt like it was opportunity there as well. Like, stay away. It's okay not to go. It's all good. Don't go. Nah, you don't want to go there. Stay away now. But opportunity was in front of them. They was willing to sacrifice for the opportunity. Everybody want to be rich and famous. That put themselves in them situations. They wanted to be rich and famous. They didn't want to live the average life. They go live the average life, nigga. You should have been the average Joe. Yeah. Go take your talent somewhere else. Why did everybody want to take their talent there? I'm just being real. Why did everybody want to take their talent there where they knew this guy was sick? You was willing to try and say, oh, I'm willing to deal with a few things to try to get somewhere. Take your talent somewhere else. It's other people that do the same thing that Diddy do that don't do what Diddy do. You know what I mean? Take your talent somewhere else, man. You feel like you got the talent to make music? Go somewhere else with it. It's other producers. You ain't had to go right there. Like, don't go right there. Or maybe that might not be the life for you. Being a producer, that might, if you can't find it somewhere else, that might not be for you. But these people had choices too, not to go there. It's different execs all around. You know what I mean? But they chose to go there. Because maybe he made them feel good. Like, I got you. I'm going to take care of you. And, you know what I mean? Come on now. You know what I mean? Go somewhere else. There's other places to go.
Watch and see. Our people got a strange way, and they pick and choose who they should be loyal to. And it's strange, bruh. How they celebrating this demon, bruh. They celebrating this demon. Do you understand that? The RICO law, you understand? The racketeering, criminal enterprise, and corruption, all this other bullshit like that. It was hard for the jury to take that in, because when they hear about RICO law, they hear about racketeering, they think about the mafia. They think about the mafia. So they couldn't come to grips with that. And that's okay. But I know this for a fact. He ain't getting no time served.
You don't know that, Gene. You don't know that. You don't know he won't get time served, nigga. You do not know. You know what I'm saying? Swear he know. Swear he know. Nah, he ain't getting. You don't know what that man gonna get, man.
He ain't getting no less than 5 years. He's gonna get the mandatory minimum, or he gonna get more. He's gonna get the mandatory minimum, or he's gonna get more. Point blank. So all you people that's celebrating and want to know how Gene Deal feel, I'm all right. This is my motherfucking Othello. This is my Macbeth. This is my tragedy in our time. This is our tragedy. Pimp Diddy going to jail. And I'm fine with that. I'd rather see the nigga going to hell. But
Yeah,
if
that's
this is the plan
personal.
that God got it for him right now,
That's personal.
it's God's plan. And what y'all don't understand, y'all celebrate thinking that it can't happen in jail. They might put him in a couple of places before he make it over there to Madoc, R. Kelly, rest of the criminals that's have easygoing spots and stuff like that. But it still can happen there. Somebody get mad. Somebody got a relative or something like that he did something to that we don't know about. And they run into him. And they hit him with his own words. Take that, take that. Then what y'all gonna say? I ain't worrying about it, Mike. This is funny to me, man. This is real funny that the prosecution spent all that money, all that time, and all that resources when they had legitimate charges that they could have put on him other than the RICO, other than the racketeering. That gun charge is mandatory.
Gene act like he knew all the paperwork, like he was a prosecutor before. Yeah, Gene act like he was a prosecutor for nigga. You don't know what was going on in there, man. They would have came with that heat if they had it, nigga. They would have came with straight fire. They tried. They came with the RICO. Life now. They came with life, man. If they had those other charges, they would have came with them. They went big. That would have been on the plate. Gene, man, I know he hate Diddy. He hate Diddy, but you know what I mean? I don't think they had Diddy all the way in the bag. That's why. And he had some serious lawyers. They was going to put the paperwork in like, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. And you know, they wasn't trying to mess up the case, whereas though they get shit thrown out and, you know, trying to push the line when they know they didn't have it. They was trying to, you know, play in between the lines. It just didn't work.
So now you got to realize this. A lot of people going to bring up cases to the federal government. This becomes case law now.
Yeah, they gonna bring up the cases to the federal government, of course. But the case that we seen, you know, that was that case. You know, Gene wanted to make the case be what he wanted to be. He want to sit there and say, man, this is what I think the case. You trying to make the case what you want it to be. You know, these people do this for a living. You think that those prosecutors wanted to lose? Think about that. You really think that those prosecutors wanted to lose? That they want to win. They ain't want to lose that case. They want to win.
They went into Diddy versus the southern state of New York. It's whereas that they run in somebody's house, they find some guns in some rooms. The person is proving that they lived there. That's his room. But the federal government never charged him with him, and he never got time for it. You know how many people are going to bring that up in case law? So why is the federal government going after my people now?
But Gene, you don't know what you talking about, man. Gene don't know what he talking about, man. He don't know what was on the warrant, where the straps was, none of that. You trying to add something in there, man. You just talking right now. Right now, you just talking.
Why? It's a lot of people going to use that, bro. It's a lot of people going to use that. But I want to say, y'all, man, how do y'all celebrate somebody that we know that practically every woman that he been with, he done beat her? Oh, she liked it. That's what y'all say. He was rich and she stayed with him. She wanted it. Y'all giving a nigga a pass because he got money. Some of the girls say them. No means no. But y'all giving him a pass because he got money. Some of the girls said he had dudes defecating and peeing in their mouth and peeing on them and stuff like that. Y'all giving him a pass. I got a phone call from one of my good friends, and she said, Gene, my friend called me and she was screaming, Puffy won, Puffy won. And I was like, I'm gonna shout her out. Kim, I said, yo, Kim, he didn't win. She said, I know. But people around here celebrating.
That nigga did win. What do you mean? He was facing life. Now you only talking about he gonna get 5 years. That nigga did win. If you saying he was supposed to get convicted of the RICO when he was facing life, and now you only talking about 5 years, man, that's a win. Hold up. Shit. I know Diddy's stomach was at his feet, sick, waiting on that verdict.
And wonder how Gene Deal feel. I feel good. Because if that's what y'all celebrating in the hood, I'm glad I don't live there no more. I'm glad I don't live there no more. If that's how the music industry is doing it right now, I'm glad I don't work there no more. I don't work for nobody in the industry no more. And if you street niggas is holding this dude down, I'm glad I wasn't never in the streets. Because if that's how y'all giving it up, fuck y'all and feed y'all beans.
When Gene be doing these interviews, though, he be drunk, man. I ain't even gonna lie. When Gene be doing these interviews, man, he be drunk. So he be talking with passion from the way he feel about Diddy. He be straight lit. Yeah, we know Diddy's a dirtbag. But he talking from the way he feel. He upset about it. He feels some type way. SBGB TV live calling show. What's poppin', Slacks?
Hey, man, this was crazy. It's not a win. It's not a lose. It's just he went to trial. That's it. It's not a win or a lose. I don't know why people they in their feelings. Listen, like you said, he won. He escaped. We don't know. We know he was doing the bullshit, but he won. And even if his lawyers didn't do the good shit or they didn't stand up for him like that, he got a win. Listen, you can give me 10 years right now for $200 million. You know the money.
I ain't doing that.
Look, this is what's crazy.
I ain't doing that. You got that one, Slacks.
Hey man,
you might check out. You might check out before you get out. You don't know.
This was crazy. I've been in jail, and there was an old guy, and he was a porter, and he was. They thought he had unalived, and then they took him to the hospital and brought him back. And all I'm saying is this: I ain't trying to do 2 days. But what I do know, if you say, okay, well, yeah, if we'll give you $200 million to do 10 years, I might take that offer.
Man, you tripping.
I ain't trying to do 1 day.
I'm telling you right now, you tripping, bro. I'm not going to jail for no money. I'm gonna live my life on the street.
Easy. It's not an amount, and I respect that.
Yeah, you tripping. I'm not going to jail for no money at all.
It's not. Look,
I'm gonna live my life, and whenever whatever it goes, how it goes is gonna go. But I'm not going to.
One day.
Yeah,
I understand.
Shit.
I respect that.
You tripping?
But sometimes I'll be like, God damn, this is already ugly out here. Like we got friends that we grew up with. Like I got a homeboy. He got unalived in 80. That was my big homie. And I miss him. I miss all my homies that's gone. But man, shit, what we gonna do now? This was crazy. Trump said, what you think about the boxer, De La Hoya's son getting snatched up by them people?
I gotta look it up. Send it to me. We'll talk about it when you send it to me. Let me finish playing this. Send it to me. Let me check it out.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah, and send it to me.
I'm gonna say this. Trump said he gonna deport Elon Musk.
Yeah,
he was born in Africa.
Send it to me. Let me check it out.
I got you. No problem. I do all kind of shit. I with the politics and the bullshit. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, just take it easy on the language though. We gotta take it easy on the language. They keep reporting.
Okay, I got you. Okay, and I'm still holler at that boy Ricky, Freeway, and I'm still holler at him about calling in to you.
All right, I appreciate
all
that.
Right. Don't worry about it. I got you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Later.
Smash the like button. You the building. Smash that like button.
That's what I got to say about that. That's what I feel about that. This case.
Not at all, Dustin.
Right here,
no curfew at all.
It ain't over till the fat lady sing. And the judges want to be singing a tune for her.
You said Cesar Chavez. I'm going to pull that up in a minute.
Verdict. They did the best they could with what they had. The people who wanted more, we was let down by the prosecution. They had more. They could have done more. But I think they were basically concentrating on trying to take his riches from him. And the law is funny. It says that if you sex trafficking and you paying prostitutes doing that sex trafficking thing, that they could probably take your money away. But I think it's more so geared to you have to be making money doing the sex trafficking, bro. And I don't think that's the case right here. And I don't know how they got that confused. Because it seemed like they may have gotten it confused, brother. But I know I've been rambling. You got any questions, man, that you want to ask me about this whole case or whatever?
Yeah, so you believe he's still going to do time for prostitution?
The prostitution charges has a mandatory anywhere from 10 to 15. But because...
No, it don't.
I don't
Stop
know what
lying.
the minimum
Stop lying.
It is. But
stop lying, man. I tell you, G get drunk and he just be talking, man. I don't think Diddy's facing no minimum mandatory, man. I seen something where the prosecutor said that they want him to do 51 to 63 months or something like that. That's what the prosecutors are recommending. But that don't mean that the judge got to go with the recommendation. You know what I mean? Especially if it ain't no minimum mandatory for it. Gene just be trying to spit his, he get that juice up in him. He get that late night juice up in him. And he start passionately talking.
Because they would consider him a first-time offender. The judge gonna know that he had violence. He may not have been charged with the violence or anything like that. He's going to go to jail, and I believe the judge, after reading those letters that stopped the bail, the judge is going to hit him with probably the max, the mandatory max. And if he don't, it just goes to prove money always buys your freedom. Sometimes. It didn't Bill Cosby, because they really wanted him. They really wanted him. There's some people that they can make shit up on, and they'll get them and go away. They knew Bill Cosby wasn't supposed to go nowhere. That's why when he did his appeal, he walked out those doors. Diddy is going to jail, and nobody is going to be able to stop that. He going to have to.
Trump can stop it. If Trump want to let the man out, he can stop it, man. Gene's just like a passionate about this. He's so passionate. He just, coming up with, all his theories, and man, you just passionate, man. Listen, right now, Tisa Tells is sick. Nancy Grace, they sick. They went hard in the paint, but they got paid at the same time. So, they did it for the paper, right? They got paid. But damn. Gene, he had a personal connection. He like, man, that dude got it suffering. Because I'm sure Diddy done said some things to Gene, it made him feel little. Even though he was a big dude. I guarantee you, Diddy done said some things to him that made him feel little. And he's still holding on to it. He feels some type way. It's like, man, this dude, he gotta suffer. And anybody that like him, man, everybody don't care about Diddy. We just looking at the process of what happened. You the one that got the personal connection. You know what I mean? You got the personal connection. We just looking at what was in front of us. Like, hold on. I see what I'm saying. Because I don't care about the man. I don't care about him at all. I'm just looking at the process that we see that has taken place in front of us. Like, hold up. Now, I mean, come on, man. But Gene had come up with, man, it should have been tax evasion. Well, I mean, don't you think they would have charged the man with tax evasion if it was tax evasion? Or you think that they just said, we're not going to do this? And they already got him. Hook, line, and sinker in the case. Nah.
Due time. He's going, right now, he is livid behind those bars. He thought he was walking out that courtroom today. That dude, Nash, Cassie friend, wrote a 3 or 4 page letter to the judge talking about how his life and Cassie's life was in danger. And it must have been touching because the judge mentioned it. The third-party letters changed his mind. The third-party letters changed his mind. People, why do you think Cassie's lawyer was there for the last couple of days? Are y'all thinking? They already knew this was coming down. They already knew that they was only going to get 2 charges on those verdicts.
See, we know definitely that's why Cassie's lawyer was there when he knew the verdict was coming down for the last couple of days, right? But that's also why that another lawyer pushed the line to add his son and him in another lawsuit right when the jury got the case, because they wanted to try to influence. You know what I mean? They wanted to try to influence now.
He already knew that Puff lawyers was going to go to try to get him bailed. Why you think Cassie's lawyer was there for the last couple of days, showing up in the courtroom? That didn't dawn on you? Y'all got to make sense of this. They already knew that they was not getting the RICO. They wasn't getting the racketeering, which is together, basically. They wasn't getting the kidnapping and all this other shit like that. They already knew that. They knew that he was going to get the pimp charges, because that's what he got. The Mann Act. He got the pimp charges. So now in getting the pimp charges, Pimp Diddy, Cassie lawyer said, yo, I'm gonna be right here to drop this letter from my client. Your Honor, don't give him bail. They gave him letters. The judge said, hold up, we're gonna break for lunch. We ain't coming back till 5 o'clock. They weighed on him. He got all the evidence. He know all the stuff that couldn't make it based on litigation. He know all the stuff that should have made it but couldn't. This judge was probably one of the smartest persons in that whole room. And he understood. Your brother, he understood that after reading those letters, Diddy is worse than old dog. He was a menace to society. And what'd he do? Nah, you don't get your get out of jail free card. You don't get to go past go. You don't get to land on go. You going straight back to jail. You gonna sit there and you gonna wait. So, some people just saying that Diddy didn't do it, he did do it. He scarred a lot of those people for life. Diddy did do it, y'all. And he gonna go to jail for it. Because I said this on the last program, you might not get it when you're supposed to. But karma is a mother. You gonna get it somehow, some way, somewhere. And that's what's happening, he getting it. You know what it was? For him to go back to that jail, they let his mama sign and put up $1 million bond. He think he going home. This is the time he might go back in there and really do an Epstein. I wouldn't give a damn. I wouldn't care. He might go back in there. I know he heavy medicated right now. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. He's sitting there thinking that he was going home, and the same judge that turned down a $50 million bond just turned down another $1 million bond. And I feel good about that. I don't care. And when I say I don't care, man, it doesn't move me one way or the other.
Yes, it do. Stop your lying. It do move you one way or the other. If they would have gave him the bail, you would have been hot. Come on, you excited they ain't give him the bail. So, stop lying, though. Stop lying, man.
You understand what I'm saying? But I'm happier. You understand? I'm happier when I know this nigga is getting his just dessert. He's getting what he deserved for what he did to a lot of people. And I don't know anybody that come and watch this YouTube and they can front all they want to. When you start loving your enemies, when you start loving people that you don't give a shit about, that did you wrong, did people that you know wrong, did dirty shit to a lot of people. When did you start loving that? Oh. When you went to a Diddy party? Or because you want to go on a Diddy world tour? A reunion tour? That's when you start loving him? This dude wouldn't piss on you if you was on fire. That's how dark his heart is. But y'all ingrates is in the neighborhood celebrating, wondering how I feel. I'm still ahead of the game. Any way you look at it. Any way you look at it. Money don't make the man. The man's supposed to make the money.
Gene in there drunk. Gene get drunk and just get to talking. He just drunk. Yeah, he drunk, man.
But we can't tell y'all that. Bruh, this dude was a psychotic sexual deviant that beat women. Y'all seen how he beat, well, we see how he beat Cassie. Gina told us how he beat her. We heard how he beat Misa. We know Kim got tired of getting hit, that she cut his wrist. One of the choreographers, when they had to making the band stuff, he did something to her. Countless of lawsuits that he settled out. But y'all celebrating him? Keep that shit in the hood. Cause if that shit is good in the hood, I don't want no part of it. I don't want a bit part of it, man. Because what it's gonna do is, it's gonna cause somebody else to think they can get away with the shit that he got away with.
Yeah, Gene still feels some type of way, man. I'ma just be real. Gene feels some type of way. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, he's sick about that. Like, hey, listen, man. Whatever Diddy did to Gene, man, he can't let it go. I don't care what it is. He just like, man, I can't let this shit go. Not at all. Smash that like button. You just got in the building. Hit the like button. Hit that subscribe button. You know, I appreciate y'all. Facts. Okay, this with Julio Cesar Chavez when they arrested him right here.
Meanwhile, former world boxing champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. arrested by ICE just days after headlining a fight against Jake Paul at the Honda Center.
Fox 11 exclusively obtained this video of the arrest in Studio City. Agents say he's accused of having ties to the Sinaloa cartel. Fox 11 spoke with a friend who says this is being blown out of proportion.
Mexican boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. arrested in Studio City by federal agents. Fox 11 News has exclusively obtained federal body camera footage showing Chavez Jr.'s arrest Wednesday morning. Homeland Security officials say they determined back on June 27th that he had overstayed his visa and was in the country illegally. But despite that, he wasn't taken into custody until after his fight with Jake Paul on June 29th.
This is all a big shock, not anything that anyone expected.
Boxing reporter Ellie Sekback, who runs ES News, has been friends with Chavez Jr. for 15 years.
Unbelievable, unreal. They're putting chains on him like he's a...
He even submitted a personal impact statement to help support Chavez's application for a specialized visa.
He's a great dad. He loves his wife. He loves his kids. He's the type of person that if I do a video about a coach that his kid has cancer, he will call me 6 a.m. Hey, my lawyer is going to send you money for the kid. We're going to take care of the expenses.
But Homeland Security tells a very different story. Officials say Chavez Jr. is wanted in Mexico on serious charges linked to organized crime, accused of trafficking firearms, ammunition, and explosives. They also allege he has ties to the Sinaloa cartel.
There's always more to the story. The headline doesn't always reflect the content.
They're saying he's got a connection to the cartel.
I think they're making a mistake here. I think the mountain will lead to a molehill, as they say, because I know him and I've known him. He's not a street kid. He's not a gangster. He's not a person. It's not in his character, any of this.
Ellie acknowledges that Chavez Jr. struggled with substance abuse in the past, but says the famed boxer has been clean for nearly 2 years.
He's a boxer. He's an athlete. He's not, as they try to describe him here, as this criminal mastermind. I do believe that in the end of the day, when the dust is settled, that he will be totally vindicated.
They ain't playing. Them boys ain't playing. But you know what is crazy though, that them people that are dressing up, acting like they ICE, doing foul shit to women. That is foul right there. Yeah. And so they said they trying to get the people that are, you know, running around doing them ICE raids to not wear the mask so that nobody can have the mask on. And that's some other shit. You know what I mean? That's some weird shit. Yeah. That's some weird shit. But you know what's crazy? They let him do the fight though. They knew they ain't messed the money up. They ain't messed the money up. They let him do the fight and didn't grab him. Why they ain't grab him before the fight? Let him do the fight and didn't grab him. Let me see, yeah. Yeah, they should have been grabbed him though. They knew he was there illegally. These jokers are snapping, ain't they? Yeah, they snapping. Let me see. Yeah, they snapping. Let me see what Trump said here. Hold up. Let me see. Yeah, Trump did snap. He said this right here. Yeah. Damn. He said Jake Paul ratted on him. Jake Paul dropped the dime on him. So, did he lose the fight? Cause I ain't see the fight. You know what I'm saying? Did he lose? Did Jake Paul win or lose that fight? Cause I ain't see the fight at all. And you say he dropped the dime on him. Yeah. Let me see here. Jake Paul won. Damn, so he saying he won and dropped the dime on him, huh? That's ill. They say President Donald Trump told reporters Tuesday his administration will have to take a look at deporting Elon Musk after the billionaire reignited the feud with the president over his spending bill. Now Trump playing dirty. Trump playing dirty. Hold up. Now Trump is playing dirty. Yo, if Trump get Elon Musk deported, he playing dirty. Like, You never know. It was all good just a week ago. It was all good just a week ago. Word. Trump is snapping. Get that man deported. Damn. He gonna have to run Tesla from over there. He said Musk, a South African national and a naturalized U.S. citizen, made several weekend X posts slamming Republicans over the big, beautiful bill, arguing that it was adding more debt. What did he say? Hold up. Let me see. Let me put this one up here. Let me see. Hold up. Is this it right here? Hold up.
To meet the president's 4th of July. The battle over President Trump's massive domestic policy bill. Senate scrambling to meet the president's 4th of July deadline to pass the measure amid concerns it's going to add trillions to the national debt / health care for millions. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott at the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And Vice President J.D. Vance just arrived on Capitol Hill, where there has been a marathon voting session playing out overnight. Republican leadership now trying to buy more time to get the support they need to get this bill across the finish line. But some of those GOP holdouts are holding firm. Overnight, President Trump's massive tax and spending bill hitting a major roadblock as the marathon voting session on the Senate floor drags into its 24th hour.
Let's vote. This is good for America. This is good for the American people.
Republican leadership trying to secure enough support to pass the bill. They can only afford to lose 3 votes. And already 2, Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina and Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, have signaled they are not on board. Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins also on the fence, with concerns cuts to Medicaid will impact rural hospitals.
When these facilities close their doors, the people they serve are often left behind without access to health care.
Leaving the White House this morning, President Trump telling me the holdouts who don't get on board will suffer the consequences.
Mr. President, what's your message to the Republicans that are not yet on board?
I think it would be very wise for them to get on board.
And that he's open to moving his July 4th deadline.
You're open on that.
I'd love to do July 4th, but I think it's very hard to do July 4th. It was 2 months ago. I would think maybe July 4th, but somewhere around there.
The bill includes roughly $4 trillion in tax cuts and new funding for immigration enforcement, and fulfills some campaign pledges like no taxes on tips and overtime. It also guts Biden-era clean energy initiatives and slashes Medicaid, despite pledges by the president to not touch the program.
Here's what I want on Medicaid. We're not touching anything.
The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office predicting the bill will result in some 11.8 million Americans losing their health coverage over the next decade.
How can any senator go home and tell their constituents, I'm sorry, I took away your health care because I wanted to give tax breaks to billionaires?
Other Republicans alarmed by the bill's price tag, one estimate saying it would add at least $3.3 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years. The bill would also still have to pass the House, where its fate is even more unclear. And adding his voice into this debate, the president's former senior advisor, Republican mega donor, billionaire Elon Musk, saying that anyone who votes for this bill should hang their head in shame. He goes on to say that they will lose their primary next year if it's the last thing that he does on this earth, George.
All right, let me see what he said here. He said it is obvious with the insane spending of this bill, which increases the debt ceiling by record $5 trillion, that we live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party. Musk posted Monday afternoon. In political terms, pork generally refers to spending in lawmakers' constituents. See here. Trump pushes back with Truth Social post earlier Tuesday claiming Tesla CEO Musk was upset about the bill eliminating the electric vehicles mandate that Elon would have to close up shop and head back home to South Africa. When asked by reporters later in the morning if he would deport Musk, Trump said, "We'll have to take a look." Yeah, Trump crazy, man. He said we might have to put Doge on Elon. He said, referring to the Department of Government Efficiency that Musk previously spearheaded as a special government employee. Musk posted his response to Trump Tuesday morning comment on X. So tempting to escalate this. So tempting. But I will refrain for now, Musk wrote. Trump countered. Trump continued to hammer Musk later in the day as he visited Florida. If Doge looks at Musk, we're going to save a fortune, he told reporters. Yo, Trump ain't playing. On Monday, Musk threatened to fund primary challengers of any Republican who voted on the bill. If it is the last thing I do on this earth, when asked by ABC News about Musk's criticism, the president reiterated that it was about the EV mandate. He should have known I wouldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I campaigned on those things for 2 years. I never understood why he did what he did, but he's not going to get his mandate. And he better be careful because he might not get anything else. You know what that means, right? Musk continued to slam the bill on his social media platform, reposting other users who shared his opinion of the legislation with memes and claims that it would contribute to the debt and waste. The war of words marked an end to a 2.5-week denting between the president and Musk. They at war. Last month, Musk, who had just left his role from the White House, went to X and criticized the spending bill in the House Republicans who approved it. So they beefing like that. They at war. They at war. He said deport Trump. He said we at war. You know, he said the massive outrage pork-filled congressional spending bill is disgusting. Abomination. He wrote on June 3rd, shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong, you know it. Musk kept up his criticism and then turned his attention to the president, posting, without me, Trump will have lost the election. Democrats would have controlled the House and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude, he added, Musk spent more than $270 million to back Trump and other Republicans during the 2024 election cycle. Trump took the Truth Social, contending that Musk was upset with the EV mandate removal from the bill and threatened to pull the billionaire's government contract. He said, speaking to NBC News on June 7th, Trump said Musk would have to pay the consequences if he chose to fund Democrat candidates. On June 11th, Musk posted on X, I regret some of my posts about the president, Donald Trump, last week. They went too far after he had a call with Trump earlier this week. It's not immediately clear if the two men have spoken since. These dudes at war. These dudes straight at war. Crazy. Yo. Yeah, these dudes, they crazy, man. Make sure you smash that like button, man. Hit the subscribe button. Yeah, they at war. Trump went low with that, though. He said we might have to look into deporting Elon. That nigga went low with that one, man. Yeah, he went low. Real shit. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, man, hit that subscribe button and smash that like button. Straight up. You know I appreciate all y'all facts. Let me see. They said, what's next for Diddy?
Today's a great victory. It's a great victory. Is it what you expected?
Let me see.
Legitimate. That's not a defense to a RICO thing. That's the fundamental problem, I think, is that this was kind of always a round peg in a square hole. The arson, that domestic violence video that we all watched, that's horrific. All of that should have been prosecuted as state crimes in Los Angeles. That as a fundamental, starting point.
Well, they couldn't do it now. It was time barred.
No, of course, the statute is run on everything.
Yep.
But that would have been, he would have been prosecuted for exactly what he did instead of predicate acts into a RICO theory. Now, RICO, as we know, was designed for essentially mafia organization, for organized crime. And the idea is simply because there's a legitimate business, like in The Godfather, they had a legitimate olive oil importing business, and that was but it was still a criminal enterprise. The real thing was the mafia. The real thing was the organized crime surrounding the Corleone family, to use an example that everybody can probably relate to. So simply because their olive oil importing business was legitimate, that's not a defense to a RICO thing. That's the current state of the law. What they did here is they took a business that was always legitimate, Bad Boy Records, that was always and the purpose is to make music and make money. Everything surrounded that, and the defense argument, which they obviously argued very effectively, was that is not a criminal enterprise. So the very first element of RICO has always been problematic from the very beginning. You and I talked about that 2 months ago when this whole thing started, and and the jury, this was a sober jury that the questions were serious and direct, and they sent that note out regarding juror 25 right at the very beginning, saying, "Hey, this guy's not deliberating," and so this was a serious group, and the Mann Act, they did convict on that, so they were. By the fact that that it was unanimous meant that they were getting along. Federal juries tend to be, in California anyway, we have. They draw our state juries off the DMV database. That's how you get jury duty, is from the DMV. Federally, it's based on voter rules. So it's people who are conscientious enough to actually vote, and you tend to get a more serious class of juror in federal court, which I think is interesting. So to answer your question, it's something that we could kick around for years.
Sure.
But I think the fundamental problem here is that it was always kind of a misfit for a RICO theory. Just like the sex trafficking, sex trafficking requires fraud, force, or coercion, right? So that essentially is the same elements of rape. So you essentially, it's transporting somebody under circumstances that equate to rape. Is something forceful, something fearful. That it just doesn't fit very well here, especially when you're talking about all these people who they're orbiting him. They're all trying to advance their own career. And when the defense attorney got up and said, Cassie got $30 million as a result of her settlement, right? And that was a big move.
Yeah, I wasn't sold for that personally, because I was like, the prosecution came back and be like, she already settled. What's her incentive to come here and lie? What's her incentive to be a part of this? And that for me, but I think the messages, the conduct that arguably contradicts someone being a victim, and I know there's complicated factors between an abuser and a victim, the trauma, I get it.
Now, what if they told her they was going to charge her? So if they told her that they was going to charge her if she didn't testify, but don't nobody say that. Don't nobody know what the Fed said to Cassie about making sure that she testified. They could have said, yo, we going to charge you for your involvement. You was a part of this. So we don't know what was said.
I totally understand it, but I wonder if that's what settle the jury. Okay, I want to move past the verdict because now we have to talk about what's happening next. First thing, when the sentencing hearing is going to happen. So they have this hearing next week about whether to expedite the sentencing, happening before October 3rd. If both sides agree, great. If they don't, what is a compelling legal argument for the defense to say, we want this sentencing to happen much sooner?
Well, I mean, we know that behind the scenes, what they want, of course, is they expect a chance that he's going to be released. So that's their big motivating factor, of course. Whether the court abides by that, I mean, it is a substantial change in circumstance. He was acquitted of all of the.
Hey, Wad folk, he definitely was thinking with that one. I gotta agree with you on that. Diddy was definitely thinking like, yo, I'm gonna let them do all the paying and contacting them, you know, so that it just don't look like it was him doing everything. So yeah, I do agree with that.
These serious charges, right?
But he was just denied bail. He was denied bail again.
He was denied bail again, and I actually learned that on your segment yesterday afternoon as I was sort of doing my preparation for this. But we have to remember that one of the things that he got in trouble for, that Diddy got in trouble for in jail, was using other inmates' calling number. Remember that? So he was calling witnesses in the case from jail using other inmates. That was a direct affront to that judge. That was remember, we had all those attempts at bail that were denied at the very beginning of the case, one after another after another. This judge, and it's the same judge who's going to sentence him, denied that over and over again. And you and I, again, in another conversation we had on your show, we both said he is screwed now, that he's got no chance because he's violating the rules of the court while in jail. So if he's disobeying the rules of the jail and the directive of the court while he's in custody, how can he be expected to actually follow the terms of a bail agreement when he's out of custody?
Right.
And I think that chicken is coming home to roost again. I mean, I think that's what happened yesterday afternoon. That any judge who has a criminal defendant who behaves like that is an affront to the court itself. It's disrespectful to the court. And it's almost like he couldn't get out of his own way there at the beginning. But he had an excellent defense team.
He does. So assuming for a moment, whenever the sentencing hearing happens, right? Let's say it happens in a month from now. Let's say it has October 3rd. The question is, what's his sentence? As we mentioned, the prosecution in a filing from yesterday talked about the guidelines range being 51 to 63 months. Now, this is before a pre-sentencing investigation and report. Now, the defense, right, they want 21 months. He's already served almost 10. Talk to us about what you're thinking here, because there is no minimum. The maximum's 10. If the judge were to combine it together, like you said, 20 years feels.
So you hear these guys saying it. There is no minimum. But Gene Deal just was on there talking about that it was a minimum mandatory, that he's gonna at least do 5 years and 10 years. And you know, that's why I tell y'all, when Gene get on there talking, he's just lit. He's just saying things out of passion because he upset at Diddy. And these niggas just saying there is no minimum. The judge can give him time served and 5 years on probation if he want to. It's up to his discretion. But Gene to tell us, yo, he's facing this with a minimum mandatory, and he got this. How I'm telling you, them jokers be lying though. That they be really, really lying. That's the crazy thing. Like I like to drive with Tisa Tales, but she be lying, man. They be like fabricating stuff, you know, because they see that the people want to hear the lie and they want to hear another lie. You know, it's like, keep lying and you're going to have people paying attention to you. Don't say the truth, because people don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear the lie and chase the lie.
It's highly unlikely that would happen. As we're talking, what is a pre-sentencing report investigation? How would it affect this? What do you think the judge is going to do? There's so many different factors to consider here, and it's not like a murder case when it's like, okay, we know what's going to happen. It's like life in prison without the possibility of parole. It's a given. There's room here. What do you think the judge is going to do?
So in federal court, this is actually very interesting. They rely very heavily on those pre-sentencing investigations. So essentially what will happen is there'll be a federal probation officer, and they do these for almost every case, where they will do their own investigation, where they'll talk to family members, they'll talk to employers, they'll talk to neighbors, and they will make a recommendation to the court as to suitability for release, suitability for time. And that's something that federal judges traditionally really adhere to. They tend to put a lot of weight on those, far more than they do in state court. The probation department can make a recommendation, but the DA will certainly have more ability, most of the time, to talk a judge in or out of a sentencing recommendation from the probation department. Federal court is different. They really put a lot of weight on those. So that's something that I think is going to be very interesting. And a lot of that will come down to what the individuals involved in that investigation, even though it shouldn't impact their professional recommendation. It's really, I think we're going to see what they thought of the case. You know, did they think he got away with something horrific here? Did they think that he was getting railroaded from the beginning? I think that may reflect in the recommendation to the court, but of course we don't know what that is yet. I don't know. If I'm his defense lawyer, I'm kind of I don't know if I am pressing the gas on that, trying to make this thing go faster. I mean, it's coming up soon enough anyway. I would want to give them the time and not press them, because you don't want a probation officer or anybody in the federal system to feel like they're being rushed.
Right.
Because I think it's very easy to just go, okay, screw it, the guy should stay in.
The prosecution made the point yesterday. They said the point, like, we're not ready to give a really sentencing recommendation. We haven't gotten the report. You know, there's people say, well, maybe he'll get time served, right? You know, he's been locked up. There's other people say, no, the judge is going to throw the book at him, even though the judge said yesterday, even though I'm denying him bail and I'm looking at certain conditions, this is not reflective or a preview of what my sentencing recommendation or what my sentence will be. But, you know, are we looking at double digits? Are we looking, you think, at 1 to 5 years, time served?
Now, hearing that the judge said that now, see, this the stuff that, you know, needs to be, you know, talked about. They saying that the judge said, okay, I denied the bail, but this is not a reflection of what my sentence is gonna be. So, you know, the judge might, you know, look and shock everybody that's saying that he gonna throw the book at him. Straight up. Yeah. You know what I mean? Might be a time served. You see, you said the white kid that carried Diddy the D said himself, man, I never spoke to Diddy directly. In fact, I was just cleaning shot up after the free goals. So I mistakenly picked up some. Oh, I didn't even know that. I didn't know he said that. So that was major then. This why they didn't find him guilty of that. Okay. See, we knew it had to be something. It had to be something because, you know, when we hear something first happen, you know, the people, we all think, oh, man, it's more than what it is. But he got on the stand and said that. That right there is definitely, you know, something to look at. SBGB TV live calling show. What's popping, brother Rome?
Hey, Dizzy, what's good, champ?
What's good with you?
Oh, man, I just woke up in the middle of the... Well, I'll be listening to you, you know what I'm saying, with my earpiece in, so when I'm dozing off, I'll still be hearing you and shit. I'm saying I just woke up to get some... I had some Wingstop in the fridge. I'm saying some carrots. You know what I'm saying? Some carrots and ranch with the Wingstop, the lemon pepper wings. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Shout out to my nigga Rose. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The lemon pepper wings be hitting. I ain't even front. But yeah. So you think? What you think? Do you think Diddy should get time served? What you think?
You know, I think.
Keep it a bean.
I think why not?
But you said He said he was basically the other night. You told me he was just a witness jerking off in the corner.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And paying, and the girls was getting money. The girls was getting money. They was getting twerked off. They was getting jumped off, ran, but they was getting money too. They was getting money. Shorty got her bread, right? Shorty, Cassie she got broke off. She set for life. You know what I mean? Other shorty getting her rent paid. The male prostitutes, they was getting their money too, and he was jerking off.
Yeah, it was a lot going. It was a lot going on.
Yeah, that motherfuckers was getting high. You know what I mean? But they was, at the end of the day, they was enjoying themselves. You know what I'm saying? Who really got wronged? Cassie got her ass whooped a lot, but she got broke off for it though. She got some millions for it. I'll get my ass whooped for some millions. Will you?
Hell no. Yeah.
Come on,
man. I'm telling you. Listen. I'm different. I'm a grind, man. You know what I mean?
I feel you.
That's just me. I ain't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's certain people that'll do, you know, some weird stuff, you know, for the paper, that'll go to jail. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that shit for no money, man. Cause I already know, you know, that right there, when you saying that, what kind of ass whooping you expecting to take? Like, are you just thinking it's gonna be some lightness upside the head, or you ready to, you know, go ham? Cause she was, if you saying she was getting beat, she had to bend over too. So it wasn't just an ass whooping now. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you gonna be the one that say you gonna take an ass whooping and bend over now, that's when it's like, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't just an ass whooping. You know what I mean? So you know what I mean? You gotta, you know, you gotta watch what you ask for. You know what I mean? Cause it ain't just gonna be. And this is what I say though on some real stuff about people that went around Diddy, right? They knew the things he was into, but maybe in their mind they was minimizing. They saying, yo, nah, I ain't gonna have to go this far. He's not gonna have me do this and do that and do this. But then he get around and he might want to spice it up with this specific person. Now we going, oh, well, damn, she thinking that he was only gonna do this, but then got around him. He added sauce to it. Straight up.
Extra sauce.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, it's like me personally, nah, I'm for the paper, I'm a grind mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hustler. So I'm not, in my mind, I'm never thinking that I'm gonna do this and they just gonna give me some paper, because what I see now in the industry, right, is they all might think how you thinking, but then they get in there and they gotta do a little more than expected. And now you done put yourself in a trick bag, whereas though you done went around and let a joker fondle you, but you only was supposed to take this ass whooping. Now you got the joker fondling with you because they had other fetishes that was different than just the other person that got the ass whooping. Well, the other person just told you, yo, they just got an ass whooping for the million. Nah, they ain't tell you that they had to take one finger or maybe two. So you thinking, I mean, I'm gonna go over here and get the ass whooping. Then you go over there, they got 4 fingers. You like, damn, shit went out of control. So, you know, in my mind, I never think like that. You know what I mean? I never think that I'm gonna go do something, you know what I mean, and I'm just gonna be giving something. Or nah, it's gonna be more sauce on the burger than you thinking.
Yeah, and I feel like it's all about are you willing to compromise your integrity and your morals to get to where you're trying to get. You know what I'm saying? And that determines your character as far as a person. Are you willing to compromise that much? You know what I'm saying? And And Diddy, he want to push you to the limit with his. He's a freakazoid.
So you got to think about this, right? Those guys that are claiming he did certain things to him, they went over there and they was expecting just to get a little butt whooping, man. He might just pop me across the head and he gonna give me a record deal. Diddy, he wanted to go the extra mile. Yo, you know what it is, Big Bubba. You know what I'm saying? And it was either they was gonna go with the program and get paid, or they like right there, then and there, they gonna turn it down. It's like you gonna say, oh nah, you done came all the way this far now. Now you gonna turn it down. You go, and a lot of them jokers was willing to go the extra mile because they didn't want to turn down the money. And then later on, they like, oh man, he did this, nigga. You knew what you was getting into by going over there. Why did you go over there knowing that everybody's saying this is what happens when you go over there?
Desperate. They was desperate. They hustled. They didn't have the hustle drive. The drive wasn't getting to where they was trying to go. And they seeing everybody else Birkin bags, driving Bentleys, you know what I mean? Eating at Mr. Child's, you know what I mean? And they hustle wasn't getting them there, so they was willing to compromise their integrity and their morals. They was willing to compromise.
Yeah.
Don't get mad because you was willing to compromise and you didn't get what you thought you was gonna get. You got something, but you didn't get what you thought you was gonna get, and you feel like you got violated.
So that's why I say, when people have those things, oh, I do this. Nah, I'm never doing that for the paper, because I know that that's not all you gonna have to do. Life don't work like that. I never think in that mode. You know how some people sit around, man, yo, man, if $1 million dropped in my lap, I never been one of those type of, when people would talk like that, like, in my days, in the world growing up, I always would get away from those type people, because that's not how life works. You're not telling me, yo, that you just gonna wake up and $1 million gonna fall in your lap. Oh man, I'm gonna go get this. I don't even want to hear that. Like, I know that with these situations here, these people was going over there thinking, yo, I'm gonna go get this $1 million or $100 contract, and I'm at $100,000 contract. But it's more that come with that. Are you willing to go that extra mile to get the contract? Because you're not just going over there. Man's not just giving you $100,000 just to go over there and listen to your story. Nah, his ill was, yo, we gotta do something. And either you gonna do something, get with the program, or you gonna say, I'm not going over there. But a lot of people that was dealing with the man knew what the program was, and after they were all used up, they wanted to complain about the program.
Yep, and I believe that's what the jury saw too. That's why he beat the RICO, you know what I mean? He spanked that, you know what I mean? And he just got caught for jerking off.
Yeah.
And paying prostitutes. So like I said, do you believe that he should get time served?
I told you, of course. Why shouldn't he? That's what I'm saying. All we heard was the conviction for prostitution. I don't think nobody should go to jail for prostitution. That people doing it every day of the week. Like right now, as we speak right now, it's a trick jumping in the car. I'm gonna tell you that. Like, this is no cap. I guarantee you right now, there's thousands of tricks. As I say this next word, one's getting in the car. Like, literally. There's tricks at the door right now waiting to be picked up. I mean, thousands. There's tricks as we speak right now on the phone setting up a trick as we speak right now. So why should this man go to jail for tricking?
Just here in Vegas, it's probably thousands. Just here in Vegas alone.
But this is what I'm saying. Across the world, though, Brother Rome, and the world is is huge. And this is going on in every state across the world. There's people tricking every single day. Like I'm saying, like every single second. I think tricking is happening more than the babies being born. Cause it's so many people doing it. It's tricking. This is what happens. So, you know, I'm just saying, man, I don't think the man should go to jail for tricking.
They say, I agree with you. They say pimping and hoeing is the oldest profession on the planet. You know what I mean? They've been hoeing since the beginning of time. You know what I mean?
Things happen, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, this is a part of the game, of life, and you know, people gonna do it. There's gonna be people tricking and prostituting all over this world, and it's never gonna stop. You gotta understand, women that might need something, they understand that they got a product. This is a product. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what they gonna use, their product, if they need to use it. Oh man, this is my product. I'm like, you know, it's a lot of women that won't do it, but there's a lot that will. So, you know what I mean? And there's guys that use their product too. They might be in the, you know, certain women that have some insecurities and that they want to, you know what I mean? Yo, I want to buy, and you know, man, you never know it. There's all kinds of things with that. So, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, it's like, this is a part of life, and I think the man should go ahead. They should give him time served. You know what I mean? He wasn't convicted of the other charges, so we can't say he should get all this time because the other charges, he beat them. We got to look at the prostitution. He was tricking. He was being a pimp, whatever you want to call it. He was setting up the freak offs to look at it. So, you know, that's how I see it.
I don't think you even call that pimping, because pimps get money. He wasn't getting no money off of it.
Not at all. He was getting.
That make it even worse.
He was getting his sick fetishes off of it.
Sick fetishes off.
Yeah, that's all. He was getting. It was all about his sick fetishes. So, you know, he wanted to, you know, do everything with his sick fetish.
Sick fetish.
Yeah.
Hey yo, Dizzy. Hey yo, I just wanted to hear your take on it, brother, man. We love you. We love what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And I was just tapping in, man.
I appreciate it. Make sure.
Guess what? I got the code too.
You got the code?
Guess what she told me?
What?
I was like, yo, what's your code? I asked her because they went to the Mandalay Bay, but the pool got shut down because we had a storm out here. I don't know if you heard about the crazy storm out here. All the power lines on Tropicana for miles and miles, the power lines got knocked down.
Okay.
Like a mile. So it's like 33,000 people with no electricity out here in Vegas. But when they came back from the Mandalay Bay, I was like, hey, what's your code for your phone? Let me see. She's like, babe, I already told you that it's my dad's birthday. I'm like, oh, you told me for real already? So yeah, so I got the code, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. Well, you made that happen, you know what I'm saying? So just one of these nights, right? You know, just check it out, man. You know what I mean? And what you do, right? Look at the call log, you know what I mean, when she at work. Check that out. Make sure you look at the time when she at work, you know what I mean? And see the call log, and that's going to tell you something. Who you talking to at work, you know what I'm saying? And if she got an iPhone, you got to go where it says, you know, check the deleted messages. See if she deleting shit. If she deleting shit, you know, call us back. Man, I'm telling you, I seen everything. You know what I'm saying? Just let us know.
Hey, DZ, let me ask you this real quick before I get off the line. Have you ever trusted a woman? Have you ever trusted a woman, like you trusted her, like, you know what? She like, okay, when I say trust, she never gave you a reason not to trust her. So you trust, so you kind of have a sense of trust with her. Have you ever trusted a woman? before in your life?
Let me
I think
say. Let me say. I have a certain level where I give you a room. I give you room, right? But I don't trust nothing, brother Rome. I ain't gonna lie. Like I'm gonna give you the room, and you know what I'm saying, and you know it is what it is. But I think I've had a lot of experiences with women, so I'm a little numb to certain things. Like I'm giving them room because I'm already expecting certain things. So if it don't go that way, cool. But if it do, I'm expecting it. So yeah, in my younger days, of course, I was young. So I think when you young and you growing, you gonna trust a lot of things. And I think the disappointment is something you should learn from. But some people never learn from disappointment, and they give every person the benefit of the doubt. But you gotta give them a little bit of room, and you might say, okay, maybe, but you gotta always be aware that, someone can do something. Because you gotta understand, right? People get up and walk away, and they in their own world. So you don't know what someone to do when they in their own world. And sometimes they'll be away, and you know what I mean? And, a woman will be like, she owns the man Johnson, and then the man to be like, I own that coochie, when it's nobody owns nobody, because everybody gets up and walks away.
Right. So look, DZ, okay. When I look at a man, right, and if you got grays in your beard like me, you a classic gentleman, you know what I'm saying? You a classic man. You're not a young boy no more, but you classic. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to I don't want to shout nobody else's page out on your thing, but if you know who I'm talking about, he always consider us classic gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? You probably know what I'm talking about.
Okay, well,
I ain't gonna shout.
We'll go keep saying without saying that. You can talk about, you can say whatever you gonna say. We ain't gotta worry about shouting them out. Just say what you saying.
Yeah. The brother say you're a classic gentleman. So, as a classic gentleman, has a woman ever violated your trust?
Of course. Listen, several times. You know what I'm saying? Of course. Whereas though I've felt like certain ways about them, and then I might have thought like, but this is how I learned in my younger days. You know what I mean? So now. I don't look at it the same. Like, I can rock with you, but in my mind, it's like it can go the other way. So it's like I'm more numb. Like, you know what I mean? I'm still like, a loving person, but I'm more numb. You know what I mean? Now, whereas though it's not gonna surprise me. Whereas though when I was younger, it been those times where I might have trusted, and then something go, and now I can't eat right. I'm like, damn. I can't even eat right because you disappointed me. You know what I mean? So it's like, now, I'm older. I already know what to expect.
What if Shorty been down for you for years? She done helped you build your credit up, you know what I'm saying? Stepped your lifestyle up, you know what I mean? And stayed with you, and, you know what I mean? Stayed with you, helped you grind, helped you bubble, and supported you, like, you know what I'm saying? Made sure that you stayed on your hustle, stayed on your tip top, stayed on your pivot and on point. Man, she one of those. But if she one of those, she makes sure you stay on point. Like she one of the ones that won't let you fall off. It's not in her DNA. It's
anybody can change up though. You know what I'm saying? Anybody can change up, bro. So you know what I mean? You just gotta, take it for what it is. You know what I mean?
I'm saying all this to say this. Like, my shorty didn't really gave me no inclination or no type of thinking of like, yo, I wonder what shorty doing. I wonder if she did this. I wonder if she did that. Because she ain't gave me no reason to really think that. She gave me all the reasons to think the opposite. Like, all the reasons to think the opposite. Like, shorty cook, shorty clean. Shorty make sure my credit score is straight. Shorty, you know what I mean? Shorty, you know, Shorty work from home. You know what I mean? When she go out, you know what I mean? I don't even feel no type of way. Like when she go out with her friends, I be like, oh, go ahead, go with your girls, go ahead, do your thing. Y'all want to go to the Mandalay Bay? Go ahead. I'm gonna be right here at the pad. You know what I mean? Watching Squid Games or playing a PlayStation or something. So you know what I mean? So I never really had no. She has not gave me that. She has not raised my antennas to where I want to look at her phone to see if she did something. But me, on the other hand, now I'm the one that low key she needs to worry about. But see, I changed my way. I've been changing my ways too. I'm the one that did the dirt, low key. You know what I mean? And it took a lot for her to trust me again, and it took a lot of changing my ways and just stop being a foul brother. Stop being a foul brother, man. You know what I mean? I'm a classic gentleman now. You know what I mean? Be a regular good brother. Don't be a foul brother. And your shorty will be good to you. You be good to your shorty, and shorty will be good to you. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, let them know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But, you know, I'm glad your audience had a chance to hear this, because you kicking knowledge. You be kicking knowledge, you be kicking game. I told you I watch all your TikToks, and you be kicking knowledge on there. I'll be like, man, go ahead, DJ. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
That's what we do, bro.
Yeah, man. So I just want to tap in with you one time, man. It's always a pleasure, man. You know, man. You
And
come
I
out here to
appreciate
Vegas. You come out here to Vegas, man. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, if you come out here to Vegas, man, you got to meet me at this Korean barbecue hibachi spot. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna introduce you to the Ziploc bag boys. You know what I'm saying? I'm introduce you to them. You know what I'm saying? The Ziploc bag boys. You feel me? That's my new gang. The Ziploc bag boys. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to meet no gang members.
No, it's not a gang members.
Yeah, I don't want to meet no gang members, man.
It's not a gang. It's not a gang. It's only me. Okay.
Yeah. Because I'm just going to enjoy my life. But you know what I mean? I think I know how to enjoy this life well. I don't need to meet no gang members. You know what I'm saying? No Ziploc boys. You know what I'm saying? If they talking,
now you would fuck with the Ziploc bag boys though. You would.
Man, listen, I don't smoke, I don't drink. Listen.
I know it ain't got nothing to do with that. See?
Okay.
Easy. It ain't got nothing to do. It ain't got nothing to do with no smoking, no drinking. It ain't got nothing to do with criminal activity and nothing like that. But the Ziploc bag boys is, you know what I mean? My girl know what the Ziploc bag boys is. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's a Korean barbecue / hibachi spot out here in Vegas. It's bussin'. Ooh.
Okay.
You ever come out here in Vegas?
Yep. I've been there a few times.
You been a few times?
Yeah.
What's your favorite spot?
I just go everywhere I'm going. I don't know what my favorite spot is. I've been to a couple clubs out there.
I feel you. I don't be knowing the names. I only been out here for, this is my second summer. I only been out here for 2 summers. I don't be knowing the names of the spots either. I just know what type of spot it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the Korean barbecue hibachi place, I don't know the name of it, but I just know it's a Korean barbecue / hibachi. You would love it. You rock with it for real. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You a classic gentleman too. You know what I mean? You would appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. To all my brothers out there that's listening, appreciate the simple things. The simple things in life is the finer things in life. Having a good meal, spending good time with the people that you love, staying positive, and showing love. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But that's my message to everybody, you know what I'm saying? But DZ, I'm gonna let you get back to your message, you know what I'm saying?
Man, I appreciate you calling in.
Keep cooking.
Non-stop. I appreciate you calling in, brother.
Hell yeah.
if you haven't smashed that like button, hit the like button for me, man. Hit the subscribe button. You know I appreciate all y'all. Yeah. Let's them get back to what they was saying.
I know it's so impossible to ask, but it is a very specific charges he was convicted of.
Yeah, we're not looking at double digits.
Okay.
I cannot imagine the court imposing that. And remember, because this law is so old, and we're in an age of Uber, so literally somebody in New York City, a man or a woman who engages the services of a sex worker who lives in New Jersey, and if they pay for their Uber, that technically is a Mann Act violation. Okay, so it's a morality crime, and that it just does not carry the same weight.
Will the judge say, hey, listen, multiple instances he was doing it, not one Uber, he was doing it multiple times. You have 2 alleged victims here, Cassie, Jane, and violence, right? He used violence as one of the reasons to deny him bail. I wonder if he's going to look at, even though he was acquitted of racketeering and sex trafficking, different characteristics and components of his relationships with Jane and Cassie and say, this is aggravated.
It's a very interesting question. Can the court aggravate nonviolent offenses that he was convicted of, which are the Mann Act violations? Can he aggravate those when he was acquitted of the more serious charges, essentially acquitted of everything that involved violence, threats, all of that sort of thing? So it's a very, very interesting legal question.
Real quick, asset forfeiture. What is that exactly? How would it work with Mann Act convictions?
I just don't see the feds being on very strong ground to seize a bunch of assets. And here's why, Jesse. Most of the federal cases where you have, especially RICO cases, an actual RICO case is an actual corrupt organization that the purpose is, like I had one in Salt Lake City last year. It was a fraud case where it was one of these calling room scam operations. Every dollar that they made in that, they made out of the bank account of some poor innocent victim who got scooped up in their scheme. So every dollar, everything they bought, every car, every house, everything that they owned was a direct result of money that they gleaned from innocent people. Those are the cases, or narcotics. We see this all the time in narcotics cases where but it's the same principle. All the things that they have are a result of narcotics profits, right? So when you look at one of those cases, you're seizing assets. Here, we've got mansions all over the place. We've got planes. This is a very, very wealthy man who made that money legitimately in Bad Boy Records, in the music industry and in the film industry. That's how he made his money, and that is not a product. And that's where we come full circle to this square peg and round hole regarding a RICO theory on this. The money, he didn't make any money from the freak-offs. He didn't make any money from all of the alleged things he did. He didn't make any money from that horrible video that we saw where he's beating Cassie in that hotel. That's not the source of his income. So I think, again, I don't think that the feds or even the court, I don't think the court would look kindly on that. And there's an old adage in the law that you and I've talked about before. Bad facts make bad law, right? And if they run around and try to seize a bunch of stuff based on this, they're literally taking assets from a citizen that earned them legally. He may be a villain, he may be a bully, he may be a horrible person, but he made that money legally. He was not charged here with tax fraud, which means he paid taxes on it. He had accountants, he put it all together. So I don't see this judge. I think it'd be a very poor move if they try to take a bunch of his stuff. I think that they still have to create a nexus between the Mann Act violations and his property, and I just don't see it.
I don't see it. Okay, well, he might need the money. Why? Because he's got a plethora of civil lawsuits that he's facing now. By the way, in fact, Tenny Garagos had something to say about that yesterday.
Sean Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been saying this for months. We've said it with each lawsuit that came out, and today that was proven true. The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. I ask that for every time you guys see a civil lawsuit, criminal complaints or criminal indictments, you actually take a look and analyze these and see whether or not these are actually going to stand up in a court of law, because today they did not.
So Sean Combs, he is facing dozens of sexual assault lawsuits. In fact, Vulture recently clocked it at 66 women, men, minors, drugging, sexual assault, violence. Matt, first of all, does the criminal case...
But we ain't see no minors, though. Come on now. What is he talking about? Hold up. We ain't see no minors. What is he talking about?
Have any effect on the civil suits? And let me just ask you about this. You have at least one of the people who testified in this case who's a plaintiff, right? Dawn Richard, former Danny Kane band member, claims she saw Combs assault Cassie. Combs threatened her allegedly when she tried to intervene. She claims she was sexually harassed. So the idea of the criminal case affecting any of the civil cases, let's start there real quick.
Well, what's very interesting about civil versus criminal cases is when somebody's convicted, of course, in a criminal case, because the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt, it's called collateral estoppel. It means that for a civil case based on the same event or the same actions, you automatically win the civil case. Okay, so in other words, we saw this with Mike Tyson and his rape conviction, right? When he was convicted of rape, because it was beyond a reasonable doubt and because the civil aspect only requires proof to a preponderance, that woman a million years ago when that case happened, all she had to do is prove damages. So it's already been proven, all right? What happened here, because he was acquitted of all these allegations, now each one of these plaintiffs bears the burden of proof. So this was not only a huge win for him criminally, this was a big win for Sean Combs when it comes to all those pending civil suits, because now those same people, in theory, would have to come in and testify. And remember, Dawn Richard is a good example. The cross-examination of Dawn Richard was excellent in my assessment. And I trained young prosecutors for years on how to do cross-examinations. I've taught it in law schools. That cross-examination was biting and it was really good. So now Dawn Richard, in her case, she's been really, ripped apart, I thought, on cross-examination in this case. So now she's kind of wounded. Her civil suit is, her statements were all admissible in that. She really, there's some things she said on the stand that I think were very harmful to her case. She can still proceed with that. But if I'm her plaintiff's lawyer, I would be trying to find some sort of settlement and number. Who knows? These people
don't settle nothing. You hear that? Her testimony was damaging to her civil lawsuit. Yeah. It's about the money now. It's about the money.
There's a lot to be said for this idea that they were all jumping on the bandwagon trying to get money. I think that argument, most judges are going to allow the defense to make that argument. I think that some of them will settle. Some of them may still go to trial.
Well, let me ask you this real quick. If they don't settle, real quick, would he just try to get rid of them as quickly as possible? Does he say, first argument is I'm going to try to, anybody who's suing me under a pseudonym, I'm going to try to convince the court that they can't proceed under a pseudonym, because if they now have to reveal their names, maybe they'll be like, okay, I don't want to move forward. Or does he just move for a motion to dismiss on all of them? Can he try to group them together? I know I'm asking like complicated, like how to deal with 66 lawsuits at once, aside from the money that's going to go into it. Yeah,
each one of those cases will have its own individual merits, and each one will have to be addressed separately. So yeah, he's going to have to pour a lot of money into his legal fund, but he was looking at life in prison. So how much of his fortune will go into defending all those lawsuits? Probably a substantial amount, but as we know, the guy has been able to pick out good musical talent and also good legal talent.
Yeah, and it does become a question what his career will be like after. Okay, before I let you go, I have to ask you about this new lawsuit that just came out. We're talking lawsuits. So there was a lawsuit that was filed just 2 days ago. This is a lawsuit filed out in California State Court. Edmund Laurent, former exotic dancer. He's filed a suit against Combs and a Jane Doe and other unnamed people, listing causes of action of assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, sexual battery, civil conspiracy, aiding and abetting, violation of the California Civil Code. Laurent alleges that he was this star model, this actor, this bodybuilder who was highly sought after for music videos.
Man, he looked gay. I ain't even gonna hold you. This guy looked gay. Yeah, man. He wants some money now too. He upset, wants some money now too, man. He was a part of it. He wanted to go over there and have fun, man. Damn. He was with it, man. Straight up.
In the 1990s and 2000s, like with Tupac, Dr. Dre, Britney Spears, actually embedded in his complaint are pictures of him with various celebrities. And then he mentions he rarely consumed alcohol, he didn't do drugs. He claims he was friendly with Sean Combs, having seen him on music video shoots. But then he alleges this. He alleges how he did some work as this male entertainer for bachelorette parties. And on one occasion, he arrives at an LA hotel where Combs and Jane Doe are wearing masks. He performed a private dance. A few days later, he claims he gets another call for Combs and Jane Doe. He alleges that Jane Doe propositioned him for sex. Combs purportedly said he wanted this and how much it turns him on to see a man having sex with his girl, so he agrees. Loren alleges that he kept on contacting him, and on another visit, Combs and Jane Doe unmasked themselves, asked him to apply excessive amounts of baby oil. They allegedly spiked his drink. He claimed on another occasion he applied baby oil that was tainted with GHB, and during sexual intercourse, Jane Doe broke the condom that he was wearing on purpose with her fingernails, despite him previously saying he didn't want to have unprotected sex. He alleges at that point, Combs kind of went behind him, whispered into his ear sexual commands. He claims he felt trapped, uncomfortable. He recounted a really graphic alleged scene where Combs physically grabbed him. And he documents another incident where he claims he was drugged, woke up naked, slathered in baby oil, felt pain in a certain region of his body. He claims he developed warts. He would vomit, gastric issues, had to even undergo surgery. He embedded photos of the surgery scars in his lawsuit. He says he was once this muscular physique, now no longer. He had stomach issues, gum issues, enamel erosion, bad breath. He says he suffered immediate long-term physical and psychological harm. A lot of information there. But here's an example of a new lawsuit. How does he respond? How does Diddy respond to that?
Well, there are so many problems with that lawsuit, especially now. He hasn't been convicted, and they filed out, I believe, before the acquittal, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, right before the acquittal. So, look, there are so many problems with that. First of all, GHB has I've done a bunch of GHB cases as a prosecutor and also representing victims. GHB has a metabolic half-life of 40 minutes. So I guarantee he has no proof of the GHB allegations. So parts of that don't make sense. That's a case that, Combs is going to have to be, he's going to have to be going through these lawsuits, figuring out which one of these.
Hey, RM, you said that booty got regrets. This dude here, straight fruit cup, man. Straight up. It's crazy. He had a ball, man. He wanted to do this. That's why I say them dudes, they wanted to go over there for the check. And now they ain't getting no more check. They want another check. So they want to go about it this way, man. The world is crazy. It's crazy, man. Like, it's crazy, man.
He wants to try to settle monetarily and which ones are going to be worth actually going to trial on again. That's one, who knows, and there's also some statute problems here, Jesse, that I know you probably also recognize immediately. This is, depending on the year that this allegedly happened, some of these may be time barred. So there's going to be certainly some legal action trying to get them dismissed for statute of.
Man, you can't tell me this dude don't got no sugar in his tank, man. Can't tell me, man.
Limitations violations, and it'll be interesting. But again,
yeah, he definitely was messing with something heavy. He blamed his teeth rotting out, breath stinking on them.
He's got dozens and dozens of these things, but he also he will have freedom at some point. He will, which is something that a week ago, a lot of people were predicting he was never going to see freedom ever again. So,
100%.
At the end of the day, these lawsuits will work their way through the system. I'm sure some of them will be dismissed on their merits. Some of them will be, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them proceeded to trial. But I bet we're going to see his legal team trying to settle and get rid of as many of these as possible.
And I think for the lawsuits that were filed during the criminal trial or after, it becomes an argument, okay, is all this true? I mean, it's Diddy's alleged MO. It's matching a lot of what was said, in the criminal case. Or do you have a plaintiff who's taking parts of the trial, putting them in a lawsuit, fabricating it? It'll be a question.
Why wouldn't they do that, though? Why wouldn't they take parts of the trial at this point and put them in a lawsuit? They looking for some paper. Straight up. Dude was on that fruity stuff. We already know Diddy was on the fruity stuff too. There was a lot of fruity going on. And they was with the fruity tooty Rudy.
That maybe a jury or a judge will ultimately decide. Matt Murphy.
That's right.
Thank you. Yep, Matt Murphy, thank you so much. I know you're a busy man. I'm going to let you go, but thank you so much. It was great seeing you.
Yeah, they was all with the fruity tooty, man. They was all with the fruity tooty fruity and fruity tooty, man. Now they want some money. Now everybody want to be paid. Yeah, it's like, come on, man. They all knew what it was, man. I'm convinced. Everybody knew Diddy was on this freak shit. This was Diddy. That was his MO. Why did y'all go over there messing around with this sick bastard if y'all didn't want to do what he was into, man? I'm just being real. Why? You went over there messing with this sick bastard because y'all wanted to get down with the get down, man. God damn. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin', Jay?
What's up, SB?
What's good with you, bro?
SB, why you going hard in the paint,
man? They was doing what they was doing. Sick bastards. They knew what they was doing.
Hey, come on, SB. You know them. What you call fruit pies?
Yeah, fruit cups, fruit cakes.
You know they when they got that bag, they turn out some people, man.
That's what they went over there for. They wanted to get turned out. They went over there for the purpose. You know what I'm saying? You know damn well the whole industry heard that Diddy was on that fruit stuff. So you can't tell me a nigga going over there messing with him. They think, man, he ain't gonna get me. And then next thing you turn around, he got 3 fingers in your ass. I ain't going for it. You knew what happened. You know what I'm saying? It's them niggas that they get in the room with Diddy and ain't nobody looking, so they just said F it. You know what I mean?
Over there, they got tricked.
Yeah, nah, they ain't get tricked. They was tricking. they went over there with Diddy and it wasn't nobody looking, so they just said F it. It'll be alright.
So they thought the curtains. They pulled down the curtains.
Man, they knew what it was. Diddy was on his twist. That was his ill. They all popping shit. You know what I'm saying? Diddy getting there. They all get high. Soon as the E-bomber kick in, everybody start taking their clothes off. Oh, nigga, what you doing? Put your damn clothes back on, man. It start kicking in. It then kicked into him. Kick everybody. You know what I mean? There's dudes in the room. They on there on each other. They sick, man. Straight up.
They got that stuff. Back in the day they had that stuff where make you take all your clothes off. They see them guys take off. Guys and girls, they would get that stuff and take all their clothes off.
They smoking that Wakata. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They smoking that Wakata. They start getting naked. That love boat. You know what I'm saying? They get that love boat up in them, motherfucker. Next thing you know, they coming up out their clothes. They feeling good.
They in love.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They knew what it was, man. I'm convinced, man, that if everybody's saying this nigga, like you hear the people in the street now, they say, yo, if you want to get on and you willing to go ahead and bend over, go to Diddy. You know what I'm saying? If you want to get on, this where you go.
You gonna be able to pay the piper.
Yeah, Diddy going, yeah, you ready? I got you. Shit, you know what I'm saying? But it's about, see what it is, right? Them jokers is going over there to Diddy, right? And they bending over, Diddy put them on, but Diddy ain't keeping it up for him. It's like he getting his thing off. All right, I'm done with you. And now they done messed up their little check they got from him. Now he moved on to the next person. They like miserable people that, you know, wanted to stay around for the stay around. And Diddy was doing them like throwaways, man. They was all sick, man. I'm convinced.
They feel like he did them dirty.
Yeah, he did them wrong. They was in the room emotional. You know what I'm saying? You know, they be over there in and out of love like Alicia Keys, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the name of the game. You know, he promised him, you know, yeah, I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna make you a star. And then once he get what he want, he stop answering their phone call.
That it's over. Once he get what he once he blow their asshole out, it's over. What else he gonna do with him? You know what I'm saying? He done blew the nigga asshole out. Asshole this big. It's over. What else he gonna do with him? You know what I'm saying? You know, he was looking for a virgin. He get him and blow their shit out this big. Motherfucker like, yo, what the fuck? This nigga sticking all kinds of shit. He got him all fucked up.
He get him to jump out the birthday cake.
Listen, they knew what they was doing going over there with the man. The man is on sick type of timing. That's what he into. They knew when they signed up. They said Diddy would call you over to the motel room, right? And he got a towel on. Like, hold on, nigga, what the fuck? I ain't going in there. What you
right,
nigga?
Right,
I'm not having a conversation with this grown ass man in the room by himself with the towel. Man, talk to me outside, nigga. I'm out here. So I got to go in there for it.
Call me.
There you go. Call me, man. Hit me. Call me, man. Text me. I don't even want to talk to you like that. Call me.
Oh, it's definitely not going to happen with me. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You see the writing on the wall.
You know what I'm saying? They knew what it was. Nigga get in there and he like, oop, my towel fell off. What? Nigga, what you mean? You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you Diddy was in the room a couple times with them jokers and his towel fell off. He see your reaction. I'm telling you, them type of jokers do certain things and they look for a reaction. You know what I mean? Oh, nigga, your towel fell off? And you sitting there staring. Oh, he got one. This the one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, but look, check this out. Now, what do you think about them not giving Diddy bail, man?
I think they just was on some BS. They should have gave the man the bail. But you know, it's for the public. They did it for the public. You know what I'm saying? They should have gave that man a bail, man.
I'm thinking they gonna give Diddy some time. The reason they ain't want to give him no bail.
That I said it just earlier. The judge said don't let you seeing that I didn't give him a bail think that that's gonna reflect on the time I'm gonna give you. So he might not, or his sentence. So he might get time served, man. He might get time served and it'd be like voila, magic. You know what I'm saying? In 5 years probation, and then end up getting time served, 5 years probation, and then get right out and get a pardon. And he only got to do no probation. So, they just did that with NBA Youngboy. He was in there for the time. He did his bit. Soon as he came out, got the pardon. So he ain't got to do no probation.
Right. That's what I was thinking too, that Trump gonna drop that pardon on him.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Just because Trump gonna look at it like, dude was convicted with prostitution. Like, everybody's tricking, running around here. Everybody, man, listen, you tricking when you go buy dinner. Like, come on, you gotta go buy dinner. She talking about you ain't got no money to feed me. You can't. What? Oh, nah, I ain't going. You know what's gonna happen. You gonna hit the restaurant, get something to eat. You know what I'm saying? You might go watch a movie, right? You know what I'm saying? Y'all might sit back and take a walk. You know what I mean? On a riverfront or somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And then the next thing you know, back to the spot.
Right. Well, you know the old saying, I buy the wine and the dinner, you be the dessert.
Man, that's what it is. But, now you got to be mindful. You know what I'm saying? You got to, and it's like, see what they doing, I'm going to tell you, like real rap. What they doing now is they about to make men start getting real cheap. Like, yo, I can't give you no money. Listen, I'm scared to go to jail. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to pay for your own Uber. You got to pay for your own dinner. Because I'm trying to get the coochie, so I don't want to do these things and then you get mad at me and then say, yo, I was paying for it. So that right there, I think that might get crazy. I'm just being real.
Well, I think guys need to start looking for more independent women.
There you go. Listen, you got to say, yo, you pay your part of the bill, I pay my part of the bill. And it's like, it's not nothing against it, because now if I pay the whole bill and I want to go back to the spot, right, they going to look at it like I was tricking and I don't need to go to jail because I try to have a good time. They throwing a monkey wrench in the game, man. I'm just being real.
Is this a double standard law?
Man, it is, because they not doing it the other way. You know that. They not doing it the other way. It's only for the man. You already know how it go. The woman, she can go out there and do this, and they not gonna say
what
nothing.
They doing? Plenty of them are doing right now.
Yeah, of course. Man, shit. In my time of life, I done had plenty of women be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, hold on. Not now. I gotta make sure. No, I can't accept it, because I don't want to get you in trouble, because I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying? Hold up. I don't want nobody to get in trouble, and I don't want to be the one getting in trouble. But they playing a dirty game. It's like, this is life. Money gets exchanged through many situations, and people have fun through many situations. But damn, they made the sex a crime. It's getting crazy, man. I'm just saying, it's getting crazy. They tricking. Like, so now a woman called me talking about she need the rent paid. I can't do that. I might go to jail. I tried to help you out. You calling me talking about, yo, they ready to put you out, right? They ready to cut the lights off. They about to put you out. It's real out here. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got nowhere to go, right? And I'm thinking, like, you know, my shit stands up. I'm like, damn. This might be the one for me. All right, yeah, pretty. She might be bad, right? So I'm thinking like, yo, all right, man, I'm gonna pay the rent, right? I want to have a ball. Now I'm wrong for helping you keep your house or your lights on because I wanted to get my sick shit on. Nah, I'm like, man, listen, man, we might have to record this together. You know what I mean? So it takes the fun out of it, because now I might want to get my camera out and I got to record that you are with this and that you don't think that I'm trying to take advantage of you. So then it dims the moment, because it's like exciting to say, all right, I'm going to take care of this for you. And then you come over and you going to start dancing like you on the pole. So I'm going to feel like I went to the strip club. But
right. Well, you already know what the deal is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You already, it don't have to be said. You already know what time it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they call you up like, hey, let's, come on over. You know what I mean? This. You know what the deal is. They, it's you don't have to speak it. That's part of the game.
Yeah. So I'm just saying now they putting a monkey wrench all the way in the game, straight up.
Yeah.
They just putting the monkey wrench in the game, and from what I see, it's like, nah, I gotta be mindful, because they running it up on the jokers. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you try to like make a name for yourself and you doing something, you can't even, like, it's like if you want to extend a helping hand, you gotta worry about the backlash. Like, damn, is it real? Crazy.
Yeah, especially for single guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Single guys, the bachelors, they make it hard on us.
Yeah, listen, it can go down. You know what I'm saying? You can't even slide in the DM on a joint that ain't living in the same state as you and say, yo, what you doing? I'm gonna fly you out. You know what I'm saying? You can't even say that. You know what I mean? Because if you be like, yo, I'm gonna fly you out, and then you fly him out, right? And then you had your way with him, and y'all don't see eye to eye, you wrong. I was like, hold on, man. You mean to tell me for the excitement that I had for that 30 minutes, I only had a 30-minute excitement. I might have tried to turn it up for the hour. You know what I'm saying? I only had a 30-minute excitement. You just saying that I committed a crime? Oh, man.
But look, check this out. What if you could take a chick on a vacation?
You said what?
What if you take a chick on a vacation?
Man, you can't listen. I think that's wrong too. Like, you spent money. It's like you take a chick on a vacation and then you cross state lines and y'all have a ball. Come on, man. It's like, man, they messing the game up.
So in other words, when you ready to go on vacation, you got to hire a lawyer.
Yeah, hey, listen, I gotta have them on retain. Yo, you hear? I want you to record this call. Listen, yo, tell my lawyer what you doing. So, you know what I mean? I gotta get you to make a statement before I go through with anything, because then if you turn around, I ain't got this on recording, you might flip it on me, and it's like women don't understand that these type of women that are being involved in certain things and then they switching up acting like they were victims after they wanted to do certain things, they messing the game up for other women. But it's a lot of women that don't see that, because you see what they doing. It's like, yo, man, I don't want no parts of that. I don't want nothing to do with that.
Yeah, especially mess with one of them slick ones.
You hear me? And they turn around, throw you under the bus, and you like, damn, hold up. I tried to help you. And that's the thing. It's like, damn, me helping you because you ain't have it. Why you ain't go somewhere else and get it? You came over here and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna help you out. I feel good. But you think I'm just giving it to you? Nah, we want to have a little fun. Let's go out. Let's get something to eat. Let's chill. You know what I mean? Let's kick it. You know, might want to walk and hold hands, all the good shit. But then after the show, it's the after party. Then after the party, it's the hotel lobby. Then, you know what I'm saying? We got to go in.
Ain't no more of that.
Hey, man, you better run. Don't do it.
Hey, so Diddy done messed the game.
They messed it all the way up. He didn't let out the bag. Because it was a lot of people when they first charged Diddy with this, like, damn, you can't fly no broads out? Nigga, it's so many niggas that flew broads out.
Yeah, them ballers, of course.
What? Shit. I said, hold up, nigga. Not me, nigga. Somebody fly you out. Fly you out where? Nigga, shit. You better figure out how to get where you going. Shit. Like that. And it's like they messed that up for him. It's like, you got to think the government. They don't want no women to get flown out no more to have a good time. That's some women's dream, to get a guy to fly them out and they have a great time with them and they get to enjoy the moment. But now it's a crime if she get mad at you. Yo, you mad at me? Oh, he flew me out. Damn. You wanted to come out here. I didn't tell you. You told me fly you out. You went and got on the plane. You came all the way here. And then if you pay for the Uber, that's a crime right there. You know what I mean? You involving yourself in the act right there for paying for the Uber.
Yeah, so, you know, because I had a chick stop by. She was in town, you know, doing some business, and she stopped by, right? So that's how you got to do it. Like, they got to come to you now.
Crazy.
You know?
Yeah.
You can't be bringing them to you. They got to come to you.
Yeah.
I mean, but so what do you think you think he gonna get a diamond back?
Nah, man, he gonna get an ace or a deuce, man. I think he's gonna get an ace or a deuce.
You don't think? I think he might get a 5-piece, man.
Man, if he get a 5-piece, man, he gonna be out the month after that. Trump gonna get him.
Yeah,
Trump gonna get him.
I think, but I tell you one thing. The good thing, like the guy was saying, right? They can't you know, when they take your money, what they call that?
Forfeiture.
Yeah, the guy was saying he don't think they can do that.
Nah, they can't take his money. He ain't get convicted of the RICO. Yeah. He ain't he wasn't making no money from what he was doing. He was spending his money.
So he's still gonna be rich.
Yeah, he good. Diddy Gucci.
Hey, but what about all his buddies, man? You think they gonna try to wiggle their way back into it, you know? Because they know Diddy's still gonna be out, you know. He gonna still be rich.
You said like his buddy's gonna wiggle his way in, like what?
like, oh man, like you were saying, oh man, I didn't want to get involved. I didn't want them people coming after me. That's why I didn't come to court.
Oh, I'm sure they're gonna act like, they still rock with him, you know what I mean? But, on some real stuff though, Diddy gotta understand, because if it was the shoe was on the other foot, right? Diddy wouldn't have came to the aid of none of them people.
Yeah, Kanye West showed up.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you on some real stuff. If Kanye was in the situation, Diddy wouldn't have came.
Yep, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Well, he had already had him and Jay-Z out when he was going through some, going through some issues about his kids.
Oh yeah. He said some foul stuff about the kids, man. We ain't gotta say all that, but Kanye, Kanye crazy, man.
Yeah, but yeah, man. I think he got a soft win. One though, he might have to do a little time. But he ain't get no L.
Nah, he beat that, so he ain't gotta worry about no elbow. At least he know he got a date. It's different when they talking about the letters. It's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, and he gonna be, and more likely he gonna be in the single digits.
Yeah, he gonna be all right, man. Listen, man, sometimes you gotta sit down, man. It was his turn. That's all.
Yeah. Hey, did you see any of that little Rod interview?
Nah, I didn't see it yet. I'm gonna check it out though tomorrow.
Yeah, he was talking. I watched about half of it. Right, he was talking some stuff, man. He was like, man, a lot of that stuff is going. Diddy not the only one, man.
Of course, man. We know that. That's just how it go. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like they know there's certain people that's just on that, and that's their wave. And if you go over there, you told this was going on over there. You got the ability, but it's a lot of people think like, man, they not gonna go that far with me. I'm gonna be the one that is gonna get through there, and I'm gonna get some money, and I'm gonna slide. But then get over there, and Diddy over there like Big Worm was when he was in the cell with Smokey on when he was in the cell with Smokey on the movie Money Talks, and he said, did he grab you like this? Or did he grab you like this? And he grab him real close and they get stuck. You know what I mean? Like, oh, man, what you doing? And he keep talking. This nigga grabbing on and you still trying to explain yourself. Nigga, what you doing?
But you know what, though, right? To be honest, right? Diddy got turned out.
Of course he probably did. Allegedly, you know what I'm saying? Of course he did.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like you said, allegedly, I think he got turned out, man. And he's not the only one. You go there, and like you say, you know what time it is. You want to get put on. That's you got to play them games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what they was doing. They know what they was doing, man. It's people, man. That's how people are, man. When people will agree to certain things with people, and then when it's another way you can turn on their turn on, man. Why go over there? Y'all could have went anywhere else.
They say, okay, come on over here and sign the contract, right? And then you go and then you knock on the door, right? You go over there to sign the contract, right? They come to the door with a towel.
Better yet, the nigga come to the door, he got Speedos on. Like, yo, what the fuck is you doing? Like, you want me to come in there like this? And them niggas is going right in there. Yeah, where I sign that? You know what I'm saying? This nigga got straight Speedos on. Like, real live shit. You know what I'm saying? He running around with Speedos on and he want to talk conversation. Nigga, where's your clothes at? Do you got clothes? Put your goddamn clothes on. What's wrong with you? Like, you want to sit here and have a conversation with me with some Speedos on. Man, I'm not going in there.
Look, when you see Academic, man, he was tripping, right? He was telling Lil Ron, he was like, man, you hit the guy was rubbing all over your legs, man, and his arm, he's like, man, what are you doing, man? Get up off of me, man. Why you didn't say that? Why you sitting there like ain't nothing going on?
Yeah, it's like it's Diddy allegedly rubbing on the man's leg and he's still conversating. Nigga, you don't see this man's hand going up your leg? So I'm telling you, a lot of them jokers, man, they was willing to do something strange for the change. And then later on, they done turned on the man when it didn't go their way.
They will cry wolf.
Yeah, so I think a lot of them jokers was with it. You know what I'm saying?
Willing participants.
Yeah. Them jokers was with it, and then they turn around and act like, oh man, nah, y'all know what's going on, man. Y'all know what it was.
Yeah, I bet you they cashed those checks.
You better know they did. Shit, he went to the bank, asshole blew out this big. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Diddy done blew the asshole out this big. And they going straight to the bank with it. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
They limping straight to the bank.
Straight to the bank. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know Diddy going in. You know what I'm saying? Sick bastard.
And go back.
You know they was going back every single time. They ain't had no problem with it. Shit. They was on time the next time. Yo, what time you gonna be there? Motherfucker, Diddy tell them be there at 4:30. They there at 4:15. And now you want to sue the nigga.
They were there early.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Diddy say, yo, be there at 4:30. These niggas there at 4:15. And matter of fact, 3:45. Diddy say, yo, I'm early. You early, man. You know, I just want to make sure I'm on time. And now y'all niggas want to sue the man on some BS. That's all I'm saying.
Man, I tell you, man, they need to stop it, man.
Yeah, and then you know everybody, you know, look, all the victims, yeah, man, them niggas, listen, I don't care how much money it is, I don't care about no contract, no record deal. If I know somebody's on this sick shit, I'm not going over there to think that maybe I'm gonna get my deal signed and he gonna bypass me. Like, come on, man. Everybody knows a nigga.
Right, because see, we know the streets, right? We already know who's who. You know what I'm saying? The word is on the street. You know what I'm saying? The word been on the street. You understand?
Everybody knows this shit.
Yeah. So don't go there, you know, and act like, oh, you hadn't heard what time it was. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's what they acting like when they drop. Oh no, he the worst, nigga. Everybody's been saying about Diddy's business practices since the artists that he dealt with in the 90s. Like, so how in the 2000s y'all still going to deal with the nigga? Then now everybody play victim. Nigga, they've been talking about Diddy's business practices since the 90s. Like all the artists in the 90s that were hot and fire. Everybody like, yo, he's screwing the people over, right? Yeah. Y'all heard this. So what makes you think that he wouldn't do it to you?
You special.
Yeah, it's like, you know, they go over there and like, man, nah, this ain't gonna happen to me. Next thing you know, he had to do it in a pair of Speedos talking about, come in, I got you. I'm gonna write you a big contract.
Right.
What I gotta do for this contract? Come on, we're gonna talk about it. Then the nigga go around getting the hot tub. Yo, we gonna sit here. We had this meeting in the hot tub. You want nigga get in the hot tub?
He got 10 bottles of baby.
Yeah, he got Johnson & Johnson all over the damn room, and he want to talk about this deal with you in the hot tub. Niggas, you crazy? Fuck you mean?
And a Woody.
Yeah, nigga, shit. They knew what it was. Them jokers they was with it, man. I ain't. It's like, man, I can't go for it. You know what I mean? Everybody in the industry knew that the man was sick. You wanted to be a part of that industry so bad. This is what I say about people. And I understand, you know, there's victims out there, but why go and deal with this person when he's known for doing this shit? Because you feel like you different? But then that's when people say, oh man, you know, the victims, they didn't have to go through that. They chose to go deal with this specific person because they thought that they were an exception to his behavior. And now everybody want to say about the behavior, that was something that he was into. This is known.
Hey, SB, this is what they think. Oh, I'm a finesse him.
Every time, you know, that's what they thinking. They thinking they got talk game. You know, it's a lot of people, man. You know, shit. He end up talking them out of their asshole. It's like, damn, y'all chose up.
Yeah. You know, like I say, they know the game.
Yeah.
If they didn't know it, they found out about it.
Yeah.
All right, SB, I'll let you go, bro. I'll get back with you.
I appreciate you calling in, bro.
All right, later.
Yeah. Let me see here. Let me call Blue Chicken. Let me call you back, baby. You know what I'm saying? You know we going all the way in for a second. You know I appreciate all y'all. Facts. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe button. Smash that like button. Share this live. I appreciate y'all.
Hello?
SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. What's poppin', Blue Chicken?
What's up, baby? The caller before the caller had my stomach hurting. You a therapist tonight every time you call in?
Hey, oh, you talking about Brother Rome.
Stomach was hurting. I could not stop laughing, child.
Yeah, I gotta help Brother Rome out sometime.
It's my day. He gonna go crazy trying to figure out what's in the messages and stuff. And lo and behold, you gonna be a pallbearer at the funeral when he finds out. He gonna go crazy over there.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta start doing that too. I gotta start, you know, when somebody need a session, I gotta pull them up on Zoom and we have that real conversation about something. That's what I got. When I get somebody need to do, I gotta get them on the Zoom and we gotta have that conversation so we can talk about these things. You know, I want to tell them shit's gonna happen, man. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep it real.
Come on. He is the cure. He the cheater. So now he thinks she cheated.
Oh yeah, come on, man. You know, shit. He done stepped out, you know, but he said, nah, she holding it down. He said she holding it down. She ain't gonna do that. She gonna ride, but I want to let him know she ain't forget now.
Hey, you took the words out of my mouth. Them the slickest ones right there. What you think you know ain't what it is. Come on, baby.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man. One thing I know about a woman, she'll go out there and get that thing punished. And you'll never know.
And come back home and fix your favorite meal and run your bath water and even wash your back.
Damn right. Shit. Damn right. Shit. And if she know what you like, right? If she know what you like, she'll be asking you every time when she come home, yo, you want me to get that from the store? I got you.
She making store runs. You think it's for you? No, it's for her.
Yeah, I'm telling you. She'll be like, yo, you want me to get that from the store for you? I got you. You know what I mean? You sure? You know what I mean? You need a Slurpee? You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get you a Slurpee on the way home.
Sure, she got the bag boy. That's she his favorite. She go to that store. You don't even know the store she going to. You think she going over there. No, she done already got all the bags from the other store. She bag out the other groceries and put them in this bag that you think she at that store. No, she over at Trader Joe's. Hey, why listen. You think you shopping at Smart and Finals? No.
Man, listen, I done been through it. I done called my joint before, and I called her from a different number, right? Cause I ain't never tell her the other number I had, right? I called her from another number. She thought I was another nigga. I said, oh. I called her. She like, yo, what's up? I'm like, soon as she was like excited to get the call, right? I'm like, damn, she don't know this number. I lowered my voice. I'm like, yo, what's happening? What's happening? She started talking to me like literally like I was the Joker. I'm sitting there, yo, man, I bust the code so fast, right? I'm sick. I'm like, yo. She like, yo, what's poppin'? What you been up to? I'm like, yo, everything been good, man. I'm just chilling, shit, right? And I start talking like that, right? She talking to me and everything. I'm like, yo, I'm trying to see you too. You know what I'm saying? She starts saying, yeah, I gotta think about it. I said, what? I'm fired up. You hear me? Shit.
You hurt your own feelings. You was sick. She was playing the game. She had time for that call, baby.
Hey, listen. I just left the crib too. Shit. Hey, listen. I ain't never trust her again. I ain't gonna lie. I never trust her again. I said, oh, man, you dirty skeezer. You know what I'm saying? Dirty.
But I'm calling in. I keep saying he messed with the wrong people, and the prosecutors went after him for the wrong thing. I think they're gonna let him sit a little bit more, and then give him some time served and make him go take a whole lot of like classes, because he's still a sick individual. It's just a matter of time before him being in there that long is not gonna stop him from doing from what they were trying to infer he was doing, or you know what I'm saying? It's just gonna heighten it when he get out. It's like when you come home, first thing you want to do, you want to be able to go to the bathroom and close the door. That's first thing you want to do. You want to open the refrigerator, get what you want, and you might go back to some old ways that you had, even if that's what had got you there. So
he better not.
You know, it just may be a matter of time, but I don't see him standing there to make what they give him 5 years, 10 years. His life is in the judge hands right now, and the judge see that they didn't already drop the ball.
Definitely. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, he still got appeal options about what he was convicted of. So, you know what I mean? Those things can be appealed as well. So, you know what I mean? Who knows? He can get out from Trump, you know what I mean? Anything, you know what I mean? Who knows? I really think that it's not going to be that bad, because it was just prostitution, and they was all participating. So, you know what I mean? And honestly, for them finding him not guilty of the other things that they found him not guilty of, they could have found him not guilty of this. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, yo, if we gonna find him guilty, we gotta find them guilty, because they were doing it without him as well.
Well, can you imagine how many of them jurors up there is freaks in the closet?
Listen,
behind bedroom doors.
Man, they went home and let a nigga tie him straight up. You know what I'm saying? Stick him to the headboard straight up and punish him. Yeah.
Punish me before I go back to this courtroom.
There you go.
I gotta deal with all of this stuff today. You know, come on.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, what they gonna tell him? What they gonna tell Puffy? He can't buy no baby oil. He better not be caught in the store buying baby oil. He better not.
Now that'd be deep. That'd be deep if that's a stipulation of his bond. He can't have no baby oil. Now that would be ill. That would be ill. Nigga say, yo, a part of your bond, a part of your probation is the whole time while you're on probation, no baby oil.
No baby oil.
He might fall apart.
Baby, you gonna be ashy. You better use that olive oil. No oils at all. You are banned from touching any type of oils.
He might fall apart. They might violate him. He might just try to go sneak and get it. I'm telling niggas addicted to baby oil. 900 bottles. That's something that he's been doing for a long time, and he don't never want to run out.
Hey, you know the spin on that, the crazy part? If he start his own line of baby oil, you know how many people will buy it? Oh, yeah, there you go. And he might do that. That might, listen, you know, he a hustler, so it's a possibility. He like, shit, I'm going to start baby oil now. You know how many people will buy that? He'll get the baby oil with the lidocaine on it. This the oil you need if your child small and get a scrape or they hurt you. I'm telling you, he could spend this. He could spend it. Yeah. You know, and all the other civil lawsuits that are coming up now, I don't see them getting too much. I wouldn't settle, but what it's gonna do, it's just gonna make him have to spend money to keep them good lawyers to get them off of him. There you go. It's just a money grab now, no matter who is from him paying the lawyers or them thinking that they're gonna get something, you know. But that's crazy, because I keep saying there were no victims. They were volunteers. They signed up for this. They thought they was gonna play him, and they got played by him in the game. He the diddler, right? That's what happened with the ones that we heard from. Now, there might have been some other people that, you know, were alleged victims that
we never seen, but the people that we seen and heard testimony from, they weren't victims. Those people were participants. You know, they was setting the freak offs up, and they was tricking before they met Diddy.
Come on.
Damn.
Come on.
How you gonna lock me up for some bras that was tricking before they met me? I just turned it up. Damn.
That would be like the individuals back in the day. They used to go into the porn shops and they had them little film rooms and they dropped them quarters in there and watched the films and stuff. They need to be locked up too. Or when you go to certain brothels and you drop the coin in there, you got the whole lady behind the window where when you go to Amsterdam or some overseas, like you said, they tricking all around the world.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Tricking
Everywhere.
and being a mortician. Those are two jobs that ain't gonna never go out of style. People gonna always want to get in the bed with someone, and people gonna always pass away. Them two jobs. Sometimes I used to say, I got in the wrong business. You know, got in the wrong business. That's gonna be forever. You know, but I just wanted to call in and tell you how great of a job you're doing. Him and Wack are the same. You go around there messing with them too, you're going to get what you deserve. You don't need no sympathy. The cat is out the bag now. Everybody know they get down, and you go around messing with them. That's going to be on you, Mr. Deasy. Why would you go around there now knowing? You know, ain't nothing you can say. What you gonna say? You already know. It's like you left your bike out in the yard and your mama kept telling you, chain it up, or put it behind the gate, and you didn't, and somebody came in and stole your bike. Now you mad and crying, and your mama like, oh, well, I told you what to do. Your dad like, I told you what to do. You leave the bike out there again, and it gets stolen. Oh, well, what is it going to take for you to learn? Those two guys need to be stayed away from, period.
Yeah.
There's nothing but a takedown, but as usual, you keep up the good work, much respect, you know, and everything. And I'm just enjoying you, and I'm just sitting back in the bushes listening and watching. But you're doing a great job, and continue success and keep climbing to the top. You're getting higher and higher every day, David.
And I appreciate you calling in.
Okay, later now.
Later. Yo, make sure you smash that like button. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, man, hit that subscribe button. Smash that like button. You know what I mean? You know I appreciate all y'all. Yeah, we be having good conversations. You know what I mean? Most definitely. You know what I mean? Great conversations. Yeah. You know, I appreciate all the people that call in as well. Appreciate all the people that watch. All the people that participate. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, I appreciate all y'all. Facts. SBGB TV, live call-in show. What's poppin', Tex?
What's going on, fella?
What's going on, my brother?
What's up, chat?
Yes,
Listen,
sir.
There's no way Trump gonna pardon P. Diddy.
Yeah,
Forget about it.
That thing you sent me, we played that the other week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We played it on here the other week. We was talking about it. And then, you know, people was in the chat like, oh, hell no. Nah. Yeah. He's definitely not pardoning him. Definitely not pardoning him.
Definitely not going to pardon him. And you got to remember, he supported Joe Biden in the, vote or die campaign, right? Hey, man, chickens come home to roost.
But what's it called? Trump said, because he heard it. He said, man, I heard Diddy said some bad things about me. Diddy used to be, cool with me at one point. But yeah, I heard him say some bad things about me. But, he said that's not going to, control my decision if I feel, he was wrongfully accused or convicted. So, it's still a possibility. You know what I mean? It's still a possibility. Even though he went hard on it, it's still a possibility.
Okay, for
that paper though.
I definitely wanted the OJ verdict for real.
He almost got it. He got close. That was the closest he gonna get to an OJ verdict.
Now the prostitution, right? The prostitution piece that he got charged for, it was for engaging in prostitution, right?
Yeah, going across state lines.
Okay, but who was the victim?
The people that testified, the two ladies that testified.
Which were both his girlfriends.
There you go.
So wow.
Yeah, so you know,
crazy. This is bedroom policing.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You know, they got on Diddy because they was all freaking, but you know, they didn't hold the women accountable for setting the joints up dolo. They just held him accountable for setting them up because he was charged. Even though the women had the times where they set them up by themselves, they should have been held accountable for setting them up as well. But I think a jury should have looked at that.
Let me ask this: Was it in their testimony? Was it them saying that they were prostituted by P. Diddy? Did they ever say that, or did they say they were the girlfriends?
I guess they probably said that they was told to do, that they had to go in a little bit. Like they were saying, like I don't know exactly what they said, but
they never identified themselves as prostitutes. Is my point.
Nah, but they was. They was.
But they never identified themselves.
Nah, they didn't. But how they set it up though, they said that they had to pay these people to do the do. You know what I mean? They was paying guys to do the do, and they was setting up the freak offs. So they by them saying that they was paying for it and flying people out and shit like that. So
that's a service.
Yeah, but that's why I was saying earlier. Ain't no more that. They messed the bag up for some people.
So prostitution did Cass. Okay, so like for example, if I'm the defense, or if I'm on the defense team, Cassie's on the stand. My first opening question, given that this could be an act that Diddy, if engaging in prostitution and trafficking could be a charge that he could be charged with, based on that word prostitution, I want to know from Cassie directly when I ask this question, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an entertainer. I write music. I do performances. Okay, that's what you do for a living? How do you earn money? Oh, well, I earn money from those particular engagements, right? Okay, if you don't say nothing about prostitution, or you don't say, I'm a prostitute, and I earn money from, freak offs or prostituting. If you don't identify yourself as that, how are you a victim?
Man, they was participants, man.
They're participants.
We know that. We know they was participants, but you gotta think about it. The last one that was testifying, she was upset because Diddy ran off with Young Miami. Then he got her on her own show on Revolt. He put her all the way in position. So even though that Young Miami was already in position from the rapping and stuff like that, he turned her up with, being on Revolt. And you got to think about it. The last broad that testified, the Daphne broad, Diddy didn't elevate her. He was just had her doing the free golfs and giving her money. He didn't allow her to go create her own identity. And I'm
was
sure.
Was that his girl or his prostitute, his whore?
Man, it was his girl, but they was, what he did with his girl. He was letting his girl get banged by the guys because he couldn't get off.
Swinger action, not prostitute action.
There you go. It was swinger action.
Swinger action.
That's what they was on. They wanted to, get busy. Everybody doing everybody, baby oil down. You know what I mean? They was on some sick shit. That was them.
I can't understand how the jury derived at that though, when there were inconsistencies in the other charges that they, pretty much all agreed that they were complicit, right? They were involved, right?
Yeah, but I the reason why I can say the jury said that, right, is because they was flying the people out and they was paying them. So the prosecution, put it in their mind when they should have looked at it a little deeper, but the prosecution painted the picture like they was flying these people out and they was getting paid. They was up all night. They was on shit and shit like that.
Swinger action.
And I'm with you. And even the Punisher guy, he said he only dealt with Cassie. So it's like, damn, he's saying he only dealt with Cassie and he was doing the free calls. Why you charging him? Oh, because he's who he is and he's on trial. So she's not on trial. So we got to put the blame on somebody because these actions took place
under the auspices of prostitution.
But this is how they putting it. You know what I mean? This is why they said. That's why I said it makes it bad now for the women that, have a fantasy
been doing this
of getting flown out.
Gonna keep doing this.
Yeah. If you got a fantasy of getting flown out, your favorite star might not do it now. He like, hold on, I can't fly her out. They might Diddy me. If I fly you out, I might get Diddy. So now
I give you another one on top of that. How about it opens up a can of investigation for what is crews, organizations, rap groups that been living like Diddy. Just hadn't been exposed like Diddy.
Oh yeah, motherfuckers is quiet right now. Trust me, they real quiet. They trust me, they quiet. They like, oh man,
Yeah. Oh, I used to do that. Or I'm doing that. Yeah, they on it like that. Like,
yeah, they not saying that. No, because it'd be crazy if they start trying to run down on people that are in the industry. Because
let me tell you why I think that's going to happen. When you look at the biggest amount of money that they make, it's from bringing celebrities to court. It garners the most attention.
Yeah.
It makes the most money.
Yeah.
So they're opening up a can of investigation with Bass.
And they ain't playing.
And they can pick and choose now because look at it this way. It wasn't Cassie and them bringing this through the criminal process, right? It was the government doing it on its own. So if they're taking the initiative to do it on its own without a victim filing and going through the complaint process, then that is very dangerous because it opens up targeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Picking and choosing, okay, now we gonna focus on this organization. And we're gonna focus on this business company. What's the difference between what P. Diddy did with the videos and this, that, and his encounters in the bedroom, for services, whatever. What's the difference between that? And I'm gonna put some class on this 4-letter word. And I'm a instead of saying a 4-letter word, I'm gonna say the adult entertainment video industry. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between that and what that industry do?
Taxes.
Huh?
Taxes. They can tax it. You know what I'm saying? That's when they change the game. They taxing it. So now.
You mean to tell me P. Diddy owning Revolt? Don't know. He could have set up his own little adult entertainment production company.
There you go. He would have been good. Long as it was the taxes was in there. But no, now reason why I say that they could have flipped it on him because when a woman want to flip it or the man want to flip it and say that they was forced or something, now that would have brought the RICO. Because if they would have had a business doing that and the people would have said they was forced to do it, how they was trying to say it, and they was doing that through the business, then they would have definitely been able to put the RICO on him because they would have been like, he's using the business for this.
If they was doing it on a business like some adult entertainment companies are doing, right? If they were set up like that, I'm sure you have contract agreements, non-disclosure agreements, so that there is no coming back around talking about you was forced or coerced to do something. This is a service, you're getting paid for it, this is a business. If he would have operated like that, he would have been good?
Nah, because we see now that it's certain people in that industry, when they flip on them, that's your ass. So it's like, that's a tricky industry, right? For somebody to own it plus be involved. I think that if you an owner and you got people working for you, them people can take the fall and they going, but the owner being involved is too much, because now they gonna look at the RICO. This is a criminal enterprise. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I see it though, bro.
Well, you can't puff pass no more to your mans.
Nah, you better not do that.
Because that's considered distribution.
Yeah, don't do it.
You can't fly a chick in to have a jump off.
Yeah.
Crazy bedroom policing.
Yeah.
All right, champ. Listen, man. Oh, that air fryer, I went and brought an air fryer. Put the wings, seasoned the wings, marinated the wings, threw them in there for 40 minutes. Crispy.
Yes, sir.
He's on to something right here. Me and my wife, we've been, for the last 3 days, putting them in the air fryer.
Fire.
Air fryer.
Fire.
I appreciate you, homie.
I appreciate you calling in, bro. Yo, if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, man. Hit that subscribe button. Smash the like button, man. Share this video. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
What's going on, DZ? This Iron Man from the West Coast.
What's going on, brother?
Oh, man, long time no hear from. Shit, just chilling. No, we was getting on that topic about that trafficking, and I'm just thinking about it, man. I'm thinking like, okay, they hit Diddy for that. Then they just hit Big U for that. Now, I'm wondering if they're gonna open up investigation on Whack 100 when he flew old girl in, the one who came forward and said he flew her out and shit, and she did the little 3 fingers all up in his butt and all that kind of stuff. He flew her in for that. So, I mean, I'm trying to see if they gonna zero in on that as well, since they cracking down on picking, or is that before they brought that up, or what? Because she came out and said he had flew her in and flew her back out.
Hey, listen, we see now anything he does, it don't hold up well. You know what I'm saying? Because it's something ain't right. You know what I mean? Anything he does, it just like, nah, that ain't going. So I think she can even come forward and say, yo, they ain't gonna do nothing to this nigga.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, because I'm like, damn, I'm seeing everybody getting hit for that, but old girl came like forefront and letting everybody know, like, shit, he flew her in, and she thinking it was gonna be this and that, and then all of a sudden he wanted her to do this strange shit and all that kind of stuff, and then he flew her back out and all that. So I'm like, ain't that's part of the same thing that's going on in the courts right now as well? I'm like, well, why y'all didn't picked that up too. Oh, girl, she just recently came out and said that when all that kind of stuff was going on. So I'm like, man, why they ain't thinking about that as well? Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, girl just said that, and he actually shit, he couldn't deny it. Shit, she took a picture of him while he was on the phone laying on the bed. Same girl.
Yeah.
You know, she took a picture of him and said she, you know, just to show people that she was in the room with him and shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga butthole naked and shit on the phone. You know what I'm saying? And she snapped a picture of him talking to her homegirl and shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She was saying she was talking to her homegirl, and he was on his stomach and shit laying down on the phone, and she snapped the picture, and he didn't even know she had snapped the picture. You know what I'm saying? And she the one that snapped that picture, so that's where that picture came from, with him laying on his stomach and shit. You know, that surfaced and hit the internet and shit. She the one took the picture, the old girl that he flew in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? They go kind of open that up and see what's going on with that. Because, I mean, like, shit, how many more females could come forward and say he flew him in before he got with R&B and shit? You know what I'm saying? Or shit, why he was with her and shit. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Who else gonna come forward and say something about it? So I'm like, damn, that's crazy.
With him, it looked like if somebody do come forward and say something, they just gonna say thanks for telling us.
Pretty much.
That's what it looked like with him. If somebody say something about this Joker, it just looked like, all right, thanks for telling us. Aaron the plumber said the detective told him he had a warrant out for his arrest, and then he called the detective back. The detective ain't answering the phone no more.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, shit, Diddy is bigger than him.
Ain't that something? I guess, you know, when you piss the wrong people off, it's like, that's it.
Yeah,
tag, you're it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly what Wack is doing is the wrong people, he kissing ass. Man, all right, man, I'm not disrespecting them. But, you know, when it comes to the brothers, you know, he going to go push it to the limit. But with them people over there, he going to pucker up.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure. That's for sure. You know what I'm saying? That's like they trying to cover that up with that badge and stuff like that. You know.
You hear me? You hear me?
All of he even got 600 trying to cover it up.
You hear me?
Shit, you know?
Yeah.
You know, he's 600 trying to bring his badge out and shit. Like, man, come on, man. He's been doing that shit for too long, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no way around that shit right there. You know what time it is, you know? It's like he paying all these peoples off, you know? That's all it is. He paying all these peoples off. He going to all these different gangs, trying to get all the high power members and shit from each gangs and shit like that, and, you know, trying to be cool with them, and, you know, they knowing what's up with them too. The ones sitting next to them and shit all on these podcasts and shit from these gangs and stuff like that. They knowing what's going on with them and stuff. They hide behind them shades and they looking at them and shit. They'd have had pre-screenings and shit before they got live and went live and shit on them podcasts and shit. They know what's up and stuff. They talk behind the scenes, you know. So, you know, I mean, it ain't too many people like how 600 is flashing a gun all on the. It don't matter about you do got license and stuff like that. You still ain't got license to put it out there, you know, on the screen and stuff like that. You got other people that can do that same thing, but they get busted for it, you know.
Of course.
On there slapping clips and putting bullets in clips and, you know, showing the barrel hole and come on and die and all this. Like, what the hell? It's crazy. I'm like, man, that's some way out stuff right there. You know what I'm saying? That shit is like really deep. I'm like, man, that is crazy. I don't understand it, man. But like I said, you know, I never knew, like, you know, certain people should not be tied into no kind of gang activities to know everything about. You could break up any kind of say. Where you from? You from Atlanta? What part? Oh, yeah. What city? You know. Oh yeah, I know some people over there. How y'all know somebody everywhere? Somebody everywhere. Somebody bring up. You wanna? So where you from? Let me see your face. Let me, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, man, come on, man. Come on. It's not. I mean, if you read between the lines, you can see that it's something else going on, behind the scenes. We got a whole media team and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, who got all that kind of stuff right there? Like, you know what I'm saying? All he can do behind the scenes is, shit, me. I do. I got it. We got it. Shit. That shit is crazy.
Crazy.
You know what I'm saying? But, I just wanted to call in and chime in, you know what I'm saying? Throw that up in there real quick, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, Diddy, Big U, all them, they got hit with it and shit. What's up with old girl that snapped a picture of that he flew in? And, she was able to do all this kind of crazy shit she wasn't even expecting to do to him and shit like that. Ain't nobody brought none of that up. He paid for her to come out and paid for her to go back. So that's crazy. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I just want, man, it's obvious, man. I ain't talked to nobody in a minute, but I just want to check in with GBTV network, and everybody have a nice one.
I appreciate you calling in, bro.
Already, Jason, you got it.
Yes, sir. Yo, man, if you haven't already, hit the like button, smash the like button, hit the subscribe button. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Yeah, man, we went in tonight. We back at it. You know how we do. We grinding. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Go check the merch out, sbgbtv.com. If you want us to promote anything for you, sbgbtv@gmail.com. I appreciate all y'all, man. Facts. If you would like to become a member, it's pinned at the top of the chat. And yeah, we gonna keep grinding. Non-stop. Appreciate all y'all, man. Facts. Yeah, it was a good live tonight, man. Good conversation. You know what I mean? Yeah. I appreciate everybody that calls in, too. All the people that call in, and we had that good dialogue. Man, I appreciate it. Even if we don't agree on some things, it's cool. The good dialogue, And I hope in the future, even though you might have a different opinion than me, you still call in. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't have the same, opinion that I got, it's cool. You know what I mean? You can call in. You know what I mean? Big facts. It's all right. But I appreciate all y'all, man. Straight up. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. Share this video, man. Straight up. He said, new rules. Men not paying for anything. Straight up, RM. Nah, you gotta watch yourself. Shit crazy. You know what I mean? You gotta watch yourself. Yeah. But yeah, man. Subscribe to the channel. I appreciate all y'all. Big facts. Yeah. Make sure you hit the notification bell. Stay locked in. Yeah. I appreciate all of y'all, man. It's your boy Dizzy, man. We gonna keep grinding. And yeah, we'll be back at it later. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.